discuss here at the beginning of this meeting. The first action item is a professional service agreement, Fizz Events, the Whidbey Island Marathon. Discuss here at the beginning of this meeting. The first action item is a professional service agreement, Fizz Events, the Whidbey Island Marathon. So we'll turn now to Jared, to our city administrator. Okay, city administrator Blaine Olborn.
Yeah, we have our normal update, and then this is an unnormal year, so I think there's usual changing on things. So Jared Loringer, our program manager, or event manager, is here to kind of give an update on the two contracts here. We had the postponement of the marathon from our usual April to September, so we kind of have a back to back, and Jared's here to kind of straighten everything out, and he has a nice presentation to go along with it. So I'll throw it over to Jared Loringer to go ahead and give this presentation. Go ahead, Jared.
Thanks, Blaine. I think you guys already have the presentation. I think the person is going to put it up for me. Typically, this presentation is a celebration of what we did in 2020 or the previous year, but obviously with the coronavirus happening as we speak, it's a little different this year. So I kind of want to just go through how we made our decision to postpone the race, why we made that decision, steps we're hoping to take between now and September, and then how we plan to have a successful 2020 marathon in September. So if that slide presentation is ready, I'd love to throw that up right now, if possible.
It's almost ready.
No worries. There it is.
There it is.
As most of you have seen before, it's going to be very similar. The only difference is it's talking about what's coming instead of what we're celebrating. So if we can go to the first slide, that'd be great, or the next slide, excuse me. So the first slide there, timeline of events, I just wanted to give everybody a brief overview of kind of where we were and how this all started. In early October, we launched the 2020 registration platform and announced the new date of April 19, 2020. We took registrations throughout that, actually have been, or up until we chose to postpone the race, as you can see at the bottom there, we were 14% over year-to-date numbers. Early March, we saw the coronavirus outbreak start to happen, and we started to discuss with city stakeholders what our options were. By March 16th, we made the decision to postpone the event, and the things we wanted to take into account, which I'll touch on the next slide here in a minute, is how it looks to host a marathon that's owned by the city, while all of the city are trying to make decisions on what to do with businesses, with schools, with everything happening within the city. So, and also bringing people to a county that is obviously smaller and a little off the beaten path than King County or some of the larger counties a little bit south. So March 16th, we chose to postpone the race and made the announcement to all the people who were registered. And by March 30th, we actually announced the new date of September 13th for participants to take part of. As you can see, there was a breakdown as of March 30th of where our reg numbers were. We were actually at 1,252, which was about 400 people less than where we were all of the year prior. So 14%, we were tracking it probably going to have over 1,800 people. It was looking like it was going to be a great year, but obviously the postponement happened. And next slide, please. And with the postponement, we started thinking, how late should we push this out, or what's a reasonable timeline to push it out? We were talking dates within July, within August, September, and October, and we had the idea that if a second wave did come, we didn't want to have a postponement date until then. So we got to the September date because it felt like a date that all of our stakeholders, including obviously Oak Harbor, the military, Island County, Washington State DOT, and a few other counties, all had a date that worked. some of the things that you guys already know. Obviously, we usually represent about 5+ countries annually at the marathon in 25 different states. We gave all of those 1,200+ participants 4 different options of what they could go with. We announced that we would transfer everybody without having to answer any questions to the September 13th race. But if that didn't work, we gave them the option to participate virtually, which means you can run your race distance or walk your race distance wherever you want. You can do it in a treadmill. You can do it in your backyard. You can do it on the Whidbey Island course as long as you're safe. You just do it by yourself. You submit your time, and we go from there. If none of those options worked, we gave them the option to defer their race to the next year. If they didn't feel safe, they didn't want to participate by themselves. We had a great response from all of those, actually. And then one other option, if you email us, we gave you the option to refund. We didn't want to keep your money without giving you an option that worked. And some of those people who emailed us were either from out of the country and worried they wouldn't be able to get to the United States from Canada with the border closed, or other nations. They were worried about getting on a plane and coming to us from the East Coast. We have obviously active military people who participate in this race every year, and some actually are transferring between that April date and that September date and didn't know if they'd be able to come back. So we had a few people that needed that option. So on the right side there, you see the different choices that people made. We had over 800 people actually transfer to the new date, which is awesome. I didn't expect that many, and it gave us a good step forward for that September date. We had about 86 people actually participate virtually all the way up to the marathon distance. It was pretty neat to see. We ran a pretty fun campaign on Facebook, actually, and asked most of you on this call to participate as well if you'd like to send us your pictures, let us post about you, talk about how you're going out and still doing it. I did it personally, which was kind of fun to participate. It was the first time I've participated in a race that I was technically the race director for. It was cool to see everybody posting and say they were still out there doing it. We had 300 people ask for deferrals to the next year, which gives us a great start on registrations for next year as well. And out of those refunds, we only had about 20 people ask for that refund. As of when I created this slideshow, we only had about 40 people who had registered for the new date, but this is actually above every one of my other races. We hit a very, very stagnant number based on nobody knows when things are going to reopen. They don't know what's going to happen. So as of today, though, we're actually over 70 registrants now. So we've seen a nice jump in the past week and a half, and I think it's due to obviously different counties starting to open up a little more. It's seen that Island County is progressing a little better, I think, than some of the other counties. Let's go to the next slide. And with that, I'm kind of going to talk about now how I feel comfortable, at least how I'm starting to feel more comfortable with the opportunity to produce an event in September. I'll tell you right now, depending where I am in the state, it's a different story. Depending what county I'm in, it's a different story. But as of right now, following the state guidelines state that entering phase 4, as most of you know, events of 50+ people can continue with social distancing guidelines. And there's no limit on what that number is. Granted, a lot of state representatives are saying they're more worried about larger events, stadium events, things like that. And I'm looking at a lot of other state measures from other states that are either opening up to larger number events or ranking sports events. And as of right now, I know in New Jersey ranks a running race or a triathlon as their lowest risk because you are outside, because you aren't together, because you're running your own pace. So good things for me to look forward to, obviously. And any decision we make, I won't be making without the help of, obviously, local personnel, local safety officers, state safety officers, and then other event industry professionals like myself that have formed a task force to help give guidelines to the state on what events should look like or what measures events should take to continue to move forward when we reopen safely. These are a list of kind of safety measures that I'm starting to put in place and discuss with people of how I think this event can work safely. And obviously the goal to do this safely is to minimize participant contact and time participants aren't moving and are in a large group. So my goals to do that are One, possibly not do an expo. Do an outdoor expo if we need to at the park, where it's a drive up. You drive up, you stay in your car. I or volunteer city officials bring you your packets. We give you your shirt, your bib. We give you everything. So all you got to do is show up the next day and you're ready to go. No need to get out of your car. No need to touch anything. We'll be in gloves. We'll be in masks, and we'll follow the social distancing guidelines. The reduction or cancellation of on-course water stations. This is one concern that I know many running races are having a conversation about right now. What do? Do we get rid of water stations? Do we give 8-ounce bottles of water? What do we do about the volunteers there handing them out? The one thing I keep thinking is we have fire stations on course that are on the marathon course, 4 or 5 different locations. So my plan is to talk to either fire stations or other businesses or buildings that are on course if we get rid of water stations, and I hook up a hose system that is running the whole day, that's contactless, almost like you'd see at a football practice where they have the water fountains almost that are running and just pouring over and over. That way, me as a runner can run by. I've got my water bottle. I fill it up. It's contactless. I keep going. That helps minimize the cups we use. It helps minimize the amount of volunteers there that should be in gloves, but you never know if they are for the full 3 hours that they're out there in masks, in everything else. And it helps just make those runners feel a little more safe. Increase of shuttle buses to reduce the number of participants on that shuttle. This will be a decision based on where we're at when the event happens, or obviously coming up, and what the recommendations are for how many people can be there. No pre or post race entertainment. It's literally you show up, you run. The one thing that I actually think is going to work the best is the start line, finish line. No congregating. We aren't going to start as a mass start, as some of you have participated and seen before. We line up all 900 half marathon participants, and they start when the gun goes off or the horn goes off. This year, I would like to do what we do in bike races, and we have a rolling start. Basically, and it's a great location to try this because there's less cars on the road than there is in downtown Seattle. It's a rolling start. You show up anytime between 8:30 and 9:30 or whatever that window is. And when you get to the start line, you start running. You don't have to do anything because you already have your bib. You already have your timing chip. We can time whenever you start. You roll right through and you start your race. We want to mandate that everybody is also wearing masks and gloves at the start of the race, and we'll deem a point on course that it's safe for you to remove those items because you are running by yourself now. So if that's a half mile out, 1 mile out, we'll have signage out that says you can safely remove your mask. One great option, it's called a running buff, which I listed here. It's something that trail runners use that work great as a mask, use great as a neck cover or as a headband. But it's a cheaper item that we can brand. We can make it look neat. It can be a keepsake, and it can be something you get with your event shirt and with your medal. And to do that, it's another cool keepsake, but also helps keep people a little safer on course. Finish line, same idea. You'll put your mask back on, you'll put your gloves back on about a half mile out. We'll put signage up to make sure people are doing it, and you can run through the finish line. You'll get your water bottle, you'll get your food that's in bags, pretzels, chips, or packaged string cheese, stuff like that. We hand it to you, and you just keep moving. Either you go out to the park, sit in the grass, and hang out by yourself, or you continue on your way and continue on your day. So a lot of ideas there. We want to keep spectators at a minimum too. We kind of advise people maybe go out on course if you need to see your runners, or you have a set spot in the park that's within your little 6-foot bubble, and just keep people moving. And that way it'll help reduce the need for volunteers. It'll help reduce the need for staff, and it'll help keep everybody safe and apart while still being together and participating. Let's go to the next slide here. The next slide just kind of talks about some of the cost-saving measures from doing this and where we're at budget-wise from before we started the postponement ideas and up until now. As of right now, we did have some new funding this year. Typically, we either receive the county LTAC or the city LTAC funds. This year, we actually received both. We were pretty stoked on that, and it's the first time in a long time that both the city and the county have granted it. And I think both the city and county are starting to recognize where we are and how many people we do bring into the area to stay the night and to stay in hotels or stay in Airbnbs. They eat at the restaurants, they fill up for gas, and a direct result of that shows we were able to receive $27,000 in reimbursable LTAC funding for that. So one goal of ours is obviously to produce a world-class event like we have in the past and continue to get that funding. Talking cost savings specifically, the only thing we actually have paid for and ordered before the postponement date was our medals. They come overseas. They take about 2 months to get, so we ordered those ahead of time. We had them. We actually shipped out about 100 of them to the virtual participants. Our shirts, we ordered shirts on demand. In other words, I only ordered shirts that we needed for the virtual race. So we have no inventory currently. Everything that we have paid for has gone directly back to participants except for the medals that we're waiting to use. And then some of the cost-saving measures, depending on where we get with registrations to hit that goal number of the 1,600 we had last year or more. And without water stations, we will reduce costs on course. We'll reduce costs by not having to have as many supplies on course if that happens. We'll reduce costs with no post-race entertainment, with some of the things that you may look forward to make the race feel more like a festival but aren't technically needed. So we're trying to be as conscious as we can not to spend the money we don't have right now, and to make sure we do everything we can to, if we're going to spend the money, have it have a direct relation to the race itself and how to make sure that race gets to go off without a hitch. Because this was supposed to be a celebration of the race. And typically I talk about things we want to do the next year. I wanted to touch on a few of those right now. We were working actually prior to all of the COVID-19 virus concerns with new courses and the possibility of going through the military base, going back to where we used to be before, I want to say 5-6 years ago. And the military was actually very open to this. We ran out of time in the timeline to actually make it happen for 2020, and the door was still open for 2021, and they haven't shut it even through this. I've been emailing and communicating with my contacts there, and they are excited to do this and figure out a partnership with their wellness committee actually to help get more military people participating and volunteering, which is great. Obviously, we're excited to return to Windjammer Park, hopefully this year and beyond. Gorgeous park. I've had a good time going up there since it's been finished and going for runs myself and showing off the park in pictures on Facebook to the participants and everything else that we've been doing. So excited to have that be our festival grounds there in the future, and excited to continue to work with additional Oak Harbor companies in different partnerships. We work with obviously the Oak Harbor School District for the buses. We work with Island County Shuttle. Hagen is one of our great sponsors. They donate all the food and water for on course and at the finish line. Excited to come back and do it again. We work with Island Weekly, Whidbey Weekly for our weekly advertising of the event as a trade. So that's a quick update of where we are. I know you guys had a long agenda today, so I didn't want to take too much time, but as I always say, thank you for everybody who has helped in this. Obviously, Blaine and Lisa with the city, all the city council and mayor, how you guys have always participated and started the races and put a smile and an actual face to the race. So thank you. I look forward to continuing to work with everybody and trying to make this thing go off without a hitch while keeping everybody safe and showing that events can return. Wide open for questions. Happy to talk about anything and answer anything that came to mind.
Thank you, Jared. Okay, at this point, then let's turn to City Council, and I know that this is an action item. We've got a couple of recommended actions, but wondering if there's questions or input, or now I'm looking for hands and or any help here. Okay. Seeing no questions.
So we're looking for 2 motions from the packet?
Oh, Councilor Servadius got his hand up. I see that.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions. Just happy to make the motions if my peers didn't. Thank you, Jared. Great update. Appreciate all you're doing.
You got it.
So I'll go slowly, Mayor, unless you see someone else's hand coming up.
I see Mayor Pro Tems. Did you want to?
I had no question. I was just going to offer to make one of the motions, but
Oh.
Councilor Surveys, go ahead and I'll second it.
Back to you, Joel.
Thank you. I move to approve Amendment 1 to the professional services agreement with Biz Events for the production of the 2020 Whidbey Island Marathon, extending the contract date to November 30th, 2020 due to the rescheduling of the marathon due to COVID-19.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion that reads exactly like the recommended action to approve amendment number 1. And a second motion by Councilor Serveta, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any other input or questions? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. We have Councilor Heisen who has joined us. Councilor Heisen, sorry, I didn't see you on there. Do you have a question?
Hi. Yeah, no worries. I'm on audio only because my Wi-Fi is so spotty. So,
Okay.
I just can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to thank Jared. That was a great presentation, and I know several people who were or are signed up for the marathon, and they're looking forward to September. I can't believe that we only had to give 20 refunds. I mean, that's phenomenal. So I just really appreciate the way that you have adapted and rolled with these punches, and are still trying to make it the best event that you can make. So that is all.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll go back to that motion and second. Any other input or questions? If not, all in favor, say aye. Raise your hands. Looks like we've got 6 ayes. That's unanimous. Thank you. Then we've got one more motion that's recommended.
Happy to take that on, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Joel.
I move to approve, oh, it's listed twice, sorry. I move to approve the professional services agreement with Biz Events for the production of the 2021 Whidbey Island Marathon in the amount of $41,500 for the period of June 30th, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. The motion reads exactly like the recommended action. Motion by Councilor Servetius, second by Mayor Pro Tem Munns. Any other input or questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Vote yes. That passes unanimously. So we know there's no nays, and thank you very much. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work. We will now go back to item number B then for our second action item, and last is resolution number 2019-19, creating the CARES Selection Committee for the North Whidbey Island Small Business Relief Fund Program. And turn that to City Administrator.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and lead with it. This was a lot of help from legal in putting this together. This is kind of one more piece in the process of running the North Whidbey Island Small Business Relief Fund with CARES funding from the federal government through the state here. One of the things we need to do is create a committee for the selection committee. 5 members, non-elected or non-candidates, to avoid appearance of conflict is one of the causes in here. This is a county committee, or this is a combined committee for county and city CARES fund. So it's kind of a partnership, and so the appointments it's a co-partnership by the mayor and by Commissioner Johnson, because we're under the District 2 committee for the CARES funding. So with that, any more comments from legal before? Okay. So we're looking for a motion to go ahead and approve Resolution 20-19, creating the CARES Selection Committee for the North Whidbey Small Business Relief Fund Program.
Turn to the council for questions or input. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking for attachments, and I do not see that resolution in my packet. Did I miss it?
We
The
didn't
next
write
thing
it.
I have, pardon?
Sorry, we didn't write it. I just gave it to you. Just a motion to approve the action.
But the actual action, I think, was sent this afternoon by staff. Isn't that right? Yeah, Lisa sent it this afternoon.
Okay, I just, for fairness, if no one on city council is running for an office, we've always had someone from council, at least part of the committee, just so that when it comes up for a vote on our agenda, you have someone that has been there, that knows the history and can give some background. Doesn't mean they have to be micromanaging on the committee, but they're part of it. And we are the ones that are going to be approving the money. So I don't know if that's a big deal or not, but that's usually, we have some connection. Just like on the LTAC, we have a council member on that. There's no conflict of interest, which is there, but they kind of know the background of what's been happening with that committee. So I just question that. I try to get a hold of Commissioner Johnson, and we never connected, so we just missed. But I'm just bringing that forward. I don't know if other people think the way I do or not.
Okay. That's certainly a fair question. I know that during the discussions of this along this way, I know that there were a lot of conversation about council, other commissioners, and so that's a fair question. We can go back to Jill Johnson and talk more about that if you'd like. But at this point, we had agreed to keep this moving forward, to not have that. But I see Councilor Servadius has a question, so let's continue this and go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to make a request. We've had a fair amount of agenda items like this where we're getting emailed something. This came to us at 4:07 p.m. today. And I'm trying to read through it right now, and I want to support it, of course, and I will support it because I want this money to get out there. But is there a way to get this stuff out to us sooner so we have a chance to review it? I'm not sure why. We've had a string of these recently that we're getting an hour before the meeting or less, and it's just very hard to digest the information and get through it. So I don't know if anyone else has any questions. I'm just now sitting here scanning my email and trying to read this.
Yeah, and I sure don't blame you, Councilor. I know that, especially with this CARES funding, I've never, you've probably heard me say this too many times, I've never seen government move so fast as to try to get these funds and make them available. And so I know our staff has had the same problems. We're still getting continuous input regarding CARES funding daily. And so things are moving really fast. And I apologize, and I know staff does too. It's certainly a fair question, and we will work harder to get information in your hands sooner, believe me. So I know we've got a couple more questions about this. I think Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking over the resolution that was sent to us, and Councilor Munns makes a good point. And in the resolution, it specifies not running for office or currently serving in office. Is that something that we and the county decided to put in the contract, or is that an actual state rule that's attached to this program or this funding? It doesn't specify.
I'm gonna ask City Administrator Blaine Olborn, who's had more communication with the commissioner, and I'm going to ask him to respond to that.
Yeah, the county in doing this program on their end, that's one of the rules that they decided to do. So they decided to avoid the conflict there, and somebody could look at people's campaign contributions and correlate that with a grant. And there's a lot of grants that are involved in this. So I think the LTAC is a way we're following it, but this is going to be gifting of public funds 101. I mean, that's what it is. And so that was one of the things that she insisted on, that we include in there, that was eliminated. And that's what they agreed between the three partners or three commissioners at the county commission level. So so it made sense to go ahead and trickle that down. If we were to run two programs, and we could do it separately, I think for this funding going a lot better, it's going to it's going to facilitate if we have one committee for city and county money. So therefore, we're kind of implementing county rules as we blend it together here. So they didn't have to do the resolution creating the committee. They kind of did it as a plan, and we're kind of marrying those two together, two processes to form one committee and one program here, so that we can really facilitate and to help a lot of businesses here. And so like the mayor says, we're trying to do, I apologize for the timeliness, but we're trying to really come through this program and trying to do that. I think hopefully we have later on in the program, I'll give you more updates on that, and we'll try to things as we go along, but rules keep on changing on this, things adapt on it. And so like I said earlier when I talked about this, is we're trying to do something in weeks that would normally be months. So certainly we're cognizant of that, and apologize for the timeliness here for putting kind of on the spot, but we're trying to stay on schedule here. Certainly we can postpone that. We're fortunate to be way ahead the curve of the other entities running the program throughout the county. So, and then that means the faster we can get this through, the faster we can get funding out to the people who are affected by, and the faster we can give the relief. And that's why we're so cognizant of time.
I thank you. I appreciate that. And I asked because I wasn't sure if that was something we would even be able, to change at our level. But, I understand where Councilor Munz is coming from, but I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Johnson on this one. I do think that the appearance of fairness is going to be really, really important with the distribution of these funds. And to that end, I would also like to be very careful about who we appoint to be on the committee. Just because someone isn't an elected official or planning to run for office doesn't mean that there might not be, special interests or big potential donors, et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be interesting to see who comes forward to serve on that. And I would support moving forward today with the resolution as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Heisen. Councilor Wiesner?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to thank staff and Blaine for getting this moved forward. I too get frustrated and agree with Councilor Servatius. Sometimes, getting this information at the very last minute is absolutely not the ideal situation. And I too am going to implore staff to work with us as much as they can, understanding that we all have jobs too, and we're wanting to do right and make sure that we're informed individuals, and getting the information to us as soon as possible helps. This is certainly one case where I'm going to have some forgiveness. It's an area where I know staff has had to make a 180-degree turn from an initial plan we had to get this program started and get this money out to the business owners of our community who need it quite dearly, and do it as quickly as possible. And we had a little hiccup in our giddy up and had to come up with a new plan. And I certainly know that I've been driving Blaine and his staff to put this and get this moved forward. And I think they've done an admirable job. And so I'm going to give some forgiveness there, certainly for the lateness, but understand our concerns as council folks, right, that we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence. I think maybe possibly to Mayor Pro Tem Munz's concern and to somewhat Councilmember Heisen's concern, I think the concern is that we don't have control over some of this, yet it is something that becomes part of our responsibility. And there is an element of fairness, right, that comes into this whole deal, and without oversight of the people who ultimately are responsible, which is us, we always get a little antsy, right? And so, Blaine, I guess the question for you is, just because a council member cannot sit on the committee that selects doesn't mean a council member can't be part of the facilitation of the meeting. I'm sure we're going to have city staff and we're going to have county staff involved in the facilitation of the meeting of the committee. Couldn't a council member be involved in that facilitation, just so we all get a warm fuzzy?
part of the challenge. What we can share with you is the criteria we're using and the process. So we can be very transparent on that as we develop it, and I think I'm working with Sabrina and working with legal on that. So we'll be very transparent on the scoring, the process. The issue of the specific awards is the confidentiality there. As part of the clause in the resolution here, there's a confidentiality agreement that they have to do, and that's what's been done on other grants, because we are looking at people are providing their gross sales and some of the information that's kind of people like to keep proprietary. So the actual deliberation, I imagine, will be in closed session. The actual awarding will be public record. The applicants will be public record, so we can do some transparency of who's applied. I believe that would probably be public, and certainly who we award it to. So and we view this as a slate, kind of like LTAC. This committee is going to kind of operate as LTAC does. Go ahead and do the vetting, but because of the proprietary, some of this will be in closed session, but we'll share the process and be very transparent. And as we develop this, unfortunately, it'll be pretty quick as we go along, because we got a lot of timeline here as we develop it. So since we're going so quickly here and trying to be sensitive in time and get the funding out so quickly, and we're actually, I'll talk about later here, scheduling, taking advantage of one of the special days we had on July 14th to kind of where you're going to do the selection of the candidate. We're going to add some of the process there, and the awarding actually at that time is what we're doing. So we've got a really tight time frame to deal with, and that's the challenge. The sooner we, like I say, and the sooner we can turn around and get through this process, the sooner we can get aid out. And so, and I know from the businesses we talk to and people we talked to in the community, there's a lot of people that are making decisions on this, and there might be a bearing on whether they stay in business or this grant. So the sooner I think we get this grant money out, the sooner we can help. And that's the whole purpose of this grant funding.
Yeah, no, I can't agree with you more. Timing is everything. In fact, I've stood in your office and told you that I think on several occasions, and I apologize for being repetitive with that. But and again, I appreciate all the efforts. But you know, that closed door meeting. So what you're saying is the 5 members of this committee are the only folks that are going to be in this closed door meeting.
There'll be staff in there too.
Okay. Well, because I get the personal nature of this stuff, but I get trusted with quite a bit of information on a daily basis, right? And certainly would have no problem signing a non-disclosure agreement involving disclosure of the confidential information presented by the businesses. In fact, we do that in my business on a regular basis when we're looking at buying or selling businesses or assisting a business owner in that. So I don't get why there couldn't be a council member as one of those staff facilitators. I'm just kind of confused there. And again, I do want to keep this ball rolling. I know this is a time deal. I just want to make sure we're addressing everybody's concern and doing this right.
I think I can talk to Commissioner Johnson about that, and I think we can find a compromise.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I think that gives us certainly we're not going to have input. We're not going to be involved in the selection process. We're not going to be there to provide input or do any steering. But certainly, if one of us could possibly be involved in that oversight, I think that could address the other council members' concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Servadius?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to dovetail off that. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Muntins, Councilmember Wiesner, that I think it would be appropriate, since we're tasked with overseeing finances, that someone is at least in the room. But I don't think it would be appropriate if they weighed in. But I still think someone could be on that committee or observing the process. And I just want to introduce an idea that I've been thinking about. And maybe, I don't know if this is an Anna answer, a Blaine answer, or maybe even a Patricia answer, a combination of all three, but something that I'll be presenting just to give staff a heads up along these lines at our next council meeting. When I look at what's happening at the federal level and some of the concerns about where all of this money is going, I will be making a motion at our next council meeting, and I hope my peers will support it, that I want a very detailed accounting of where, at least the city's money, we can't control what the county necessarily does with theirs, although it's a joint committee. But for us, our 689,100, I very much want to be able to look the public in the eye and show them where that went. So if we have a non-disclosure agreement, are we not going to be able to break out how this money was awarded and who got it? I understand that we want to protect maybe their gross sales and all of those things that are in the questionnaire, the application, but I am very adamant in being transparent with the public, regaining or continuing to gain their trust and confidence that we are very good stewards of these funds and we can account for every dime that passes through our hands. So it's kind of a question maybe for Patricia, are we able to track that somehow? And then from a legal standpoint, Anna, is there anything that would preclude us from saying, I mean, this isn't our money, it's the taxpayers' money that's going back to them, that, you know, the city used X and this is exactly what we used it for. I don't want it to be hidden. And then maybe this recipient received 3,000, this one received 10,000. Is there anything that would preclude us from doing that is in one of these non-disclosure agreements? So we're approving a resolution that we got, 53 minutes before the meeting, and yet we don't know what's in these NDAs. And so I'm not comfortable with just a giant blanket over the whole thing that nobody knows where the money went. So that's my questions/thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Servadius, I know that Patricia will be tracking everything. She's very detailed on the money end. So from the perspective of the non-disclosure, that is informational only. We don't want people talking and sharing information. That just relates to information, not records. So we just want to protect, people talking to neighbors or on social media. But the applications, that's going to become city property, right? So it will be public documents that we retain. So the non-disclosure doesn't affect the public records aspect of the record keeping.
And so
if it's a public document, it's a public record that anyone could request.
Yes, sir. Depending on whether there are any applicable exemptions, but yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing then, and I feel more comfortable, I would just still hope that we can have someone present through the process.
Okay.
And I will, like I said, be bringing that forward at the next meeting just so that we're completely transparent. I know there's a lot of concern about what happens at the federal level and where did all this money go and who gets it. And I don't want any of our constituents and citizens to think that there was anything that wasn't completely above board happening with the funds. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, the recipients is public record. Absolutely, and we'll give you a list, kind of like you do with LTAC, and say this business we're recommending X amount of dollars, this business X amount of dollars. So that's the intent. They'll sign an agreement with the city, similar like the LTAC with the city, and they'll have to provide us receipts for it. So, so that's intended to be public record. It's just that proprietary part of the issue, of the information that's in the applicant area that we have to have some confidentiality in there.
And then the other part of that is we will have a complete accounting. I see that Patricia's here with her hand up, so let's give her a moment here. Patricia?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So there are two ways that you as council members will see what we distribute. You see the AP list that is provided in the packets that you three council members sign off on. So those vendors will be either who we're buying stuff from for the city or the grant recipients that we're distributing funds to. The second level that we're putting in place is we're going to set up a grant project. So similar to the clean water facility, we will actually track everything that we are spending, and we will be able to provide a detailed report at any point that council would like to see it.
Thank you.
Councilor Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Blaine, for turning around face on this. I know it's a lot of information. It has to be out there quickly. But my concern is as well as my fellow council members, and about the transparency, I think it's going to be very important. Patricia just answered quite a few of my questions, that we make this as transparent as possible for the public, for the taxpayers, that we're stewards, we're just, money's moving in and to the city, and it's moving back out. Everybody gets it, but transparency is going to be real important. So I think everybody's going to do their due diligence, and it should work out just fine. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm not mistaken, similar to LTAC, when they come up with a recommended list with the awards, it has to come to council and we have to formally yay or nay it, and then the money is released. I don't believe that this committee can just do that. The money comes into our account. So council has to have a vote to approve it. Not that we wouldn't recommendation, but I still think it would be a good idea to at least have a council member that doesn't have any conflicts to just sit there and listen to what's going on. I'm sorry, but we're the city. The county only has 3 members and 2 of those commissioners are up for election somewhere. We have 7 and nobody's up for election. So I just feel like if we're approving the amount of money, we ought to at least be able to listen in, not manipulate the committee, but just hear how it's going. If we see a problem, then we can talk to whoever's chairing this and say, I don't know, you might want to ask this, or, just give an advice for running things. Why is the county telling us what to do with our half of the money? I'm sorry, we're responsible for it, and we want to make sure every penny goes exactly where it is. And it just makes sense to me. Anyway, that's it. I won't hold it up.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councillor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. So from reading the resolution, I don't see anything that would preclude a council member from sitting in on the process, just not serving on the committee. So we can go ahead and pass this resolution today, and you can have a chat with Commissioner Johnson about our concerns, and we can negotiate on that. So if nobody else has anything, I'm happy to go ahead and make the motion. Does that work?
Any other questions or input? Okay, looks like that works.
Okay, great. I move to approve Resolution 20-19, authorizing the creation of the CARES Selection Committee for the North Whidbey Island Small Business Relief Fund Program.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and second, and the motion reads as is in your packet here. Any other input or questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. How we doing here? Looks like we've got 6 ayes, 6 yeas, and so that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate the input. I will say one thing. I know Sabrina's here. It's my understanding that we feel like that process for that group of people will take a minimum of 20 hours, and we think it could be 20 to 30 hours. So the process will take a while, and we can have council potentially available for part of that or all of that.
Yeah.
So that's our guess at this point as far as time. Okay, let's go back to the agenda, and I'm trying to get back to my agenda. Here we'll move to. Thank you very much for the questions and all the input on that. Let's go to Development Services A, Shoreline Master Program Periodic Review Progress Report. And I assume that is CAC?
Yep.
Okay. CAC Command.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I hope you can hear me. All right, great. We have a few updates for you, and we'll go through it as fast as possible. I'll defer to our senior planner, Dennis Lefevre, to lead us through the Shoreline Master Program presentation.
Thank you, CAC. I assume you all can hear me as well? We good? Okay. This is just a brief update on this program. We've been working on this for a little over a year now. As I briefed the council in the past, we're looking at 3 primary areas of update that are required by Washington state law. One of them is the incorporation of new Shoreline Management Act amendments and Department of Ecology rules. We are also required to look at and make sure that the new SMP that we come up with is consistent with our comprehensive plans, our local plans, such as the park plan that was just recently adopted, as well as any new development regulations that we've adopted, including low impact development and our critical areas package that we adopted a few years ago. We are in the process of doing that. We should have that piece to you probably in the next couple of work sessions, so you can have an early review on that. The third one that we are looking at is incorporating any changed circumstances, any new information, or improved data. And one of the things that we may be looking at as part of that step is what results come out of the consultant work that we are looking at doing on the Residential Bluff Conservancy area. That's the designation that runs south of Friends Marsh to basically the city limits. It's at the Scenic Heights area. There's been a lot of discussion on some hydrological issues in that area, stormwater runoff, and that. So we've utilized a Department of Ecology grant to obtain the services of Coastal Geologic Services to look at that interface between the beach and the bluff, the upland development, densities, and what have you, and come back with some possible policy recommendations or development regulations that are fair not only to the environment but also to the property owners. We do have them on board. They are actively working on this project. We've submitted a lot of documents to them that have been created already. So that process will hopefully conclude by early fall, and we'll have that piece to you as part of step number 3. Step number 1, which was the checklist, I'm going to try to do a share project here, is was part of your packet, and this was prescribed by the Department of Ecology, which helps us maneuver through what changes were made to the Shoreline Management Act, as well as some of the Department of Ecology rule changes. Their structure was broken out by year, the number of items by year, what our review process was, and where in our existing SMP we had to look to make sure that we either were in conformance or we have to make changes. And then, of course, the final column here was our action column. So this multiple page document goes actually back to, I think, 2007, and I looked back to those amendments that were made to make sure that our document either reflected those or we needed to make changes to be consistent with those documents. Another document that was not in your packet was some guidance that was prepared by the Department of Ecology that looks at these items individually. They gave some recommendations, some considerations as to what we should look at from a local government standpoint. They even provided some example language. So in some cases we utilized that. Some cases it was not applicable to the city of Oak Harbor. And in some cases we utilized our own language, but similar in keeping with the context of Department of Ecology. That piece will be rolled into what I'm anticipating being the draft of the entire document. I'll try to piecemeal that to you, but these changes that are be reflected as part of step 1 and the step 2 and 3 will be reflected in a draft document that'll show strike through and underline and then refer to where these changes came from. So it'll be a supplementary document for each of those steps that goes into more detail as to why we're making those changes. And we're anticipating that to come forward to you this fall sometime and start our review. The deadline for this project is June of 2021, so we do have that additional year, and we'll probably be close to adoption, I would say, late spring of next year. So with that, conclude any remarks. CAC, I don't know if you have any comments you'd like to share, but I would be happy to answer any of your questions that you may have.
I have no additional comments. We'll take questions, comments.
Okay, council? Councilor Servadius?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to remember to lower my hand every time this time. Mr. LaFever, it's great to see you.
Yes, you too.
Just getting to be a little too uncommon and weird to not see people, so it's great to see you. Hey, quick question. I know and this may be more stormwater related, but it's right next to our shoreline. The DOE determination that was made last December as far as that one ditch that was flow control exempt, should that be noted in here anywhere? Does that factor in?
I think it should, as far as possibly new information that we have, and that would be part of step 3. So we'll have discussions with our engineering department to see how it would impact our shoreline management in that area and the policies that we have for that designation. But I would think that's new information that we would have to at least address to some degree.
Okay, so it's not an action item tonight. It's just an update, but that's something that I did not see in here that I know is fairly new information. So just keep us posted, please.
Yes, we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. LaFever, piggybacking on Mr. Servadius, this was during a time where, anyway, I was just video stuff. So they did make a decision, and it was going to make a big difference in the development on Carl Friend's property that he sold. And so is this holding up that project from being built because you're making changes that are going to take another year? Or I thought they got approval to do what they wanted to with the drainage and the stormwater and stuff. So I guess, or is this for further developments? I'm a little confused because there were about 10, 12 people at that. There were a couple of council members that were there, part of that, and walked through with DOE and found out that, hey, this is good to go, and yes, clean out the ditch. And, you know, I just, I guess we never really, I felt like, got a report from that. So if you're making these changes and you're now saying, well, yeah, we have to, that's new information, so we need to include it, I guess I'm getting a little confused. Is that holding up that project across from Safeway?
No, not at this point in time. What's still effective is our current shoreline master program. So any development or issues that involve that property would have to be consistent with our existing shoreline master program. This is our periodic review, which we're in the process of looking at some of these issues, but certainly we'll come back through you and the Planning Commission for review prior to June of 2021. So this is a draft. It's not in effect. It hasn't been adopted by the council. The one that is effective is the one that's dated 2013 Shoreline Master Program.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that information.
Any other questions? Input? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Dennis. We will then move on to item number B, Housing Action Plan Update. Is that back to CAC?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, this is, I'll defer to Dennis again, who's leading us through this effort. Just wanted to give a quick introduction. This is a grant that we received from Department of Commerce, and actually beginning of April, the City Council approved the contract with the consultants. And so during this COVID time, we have been working on this and meeting with the consultants, and thought this would be the best time to provide you an update of what we've been doing in the last couple months. So Dennis, if you want to take it from here.
Sure. Thank you, CAC. We have been working with consulting firm LDC, who is headquartered out of Woodinville and also has a branch in Kent. So they are a local consulting firm, fairly speaking. And they have created some early documents which have been included in your packet, such as the project charter, the public involvement plan, as well as the schedule, which is in a key piece. Those were all part of your packet. Their next step is to start looking at the housing needs assessment piece of the housing action plan. And as CAC noted, the legislation that was passed last year provided several options for local governments to take a look at to basically increase the residential housing stock of the community. One of the options was a housing action plan. We decided to take that course of action, and LDC is helping us with that. Early pieces, like I said, involved the public involvement plan. We are going to have a very strong web-based presence with the information that's created through LDC, fairly interactive. We are working on getting that online fairly soon, I would say within the next couple of weeks, so that the information that is presented to you tonight will also be online so that our residents can take a look and stay involved with this project if there's an interest. Also part of the public involvement plan will be the creation of a stakeholders group. We are looking at 12 to 14 members of key organizations in our community and representatives from other local governments to sit on this stakeholders group to just kind of guide the process and provide input from their perspective. I'd like to note that we are asking a member of the Planning Commission as well as the City Council to volunteer on the Stakeholders Committee. And we're looking at, CAC, if I remember correctly, about 2 to 3 meetings for the group.
That's correct.
And this process is, as I said, moving forward, and it's going to be a good document for us to really look at our existing policies and development regulations to make sure that we are doing the best we can to create a level of housing that is effective for all income levels. So with that, CAC, do you have anything else you'd like to add on that?
No, I don't have anything else. We can open the floor for comments and questions.
Okay. Any input or questions, Council? Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. CAC or Dennis, whichever of you guys there, or Ray, whoever wants to jump in. We went through something similar to this over a 2-year period ending about 2 years ago. And then I realized it was a local level, but you know, as I'm reading this outline, having been involved in that process, it's looking like a real darn similar process. Where do we expect this to lead that we weren't led with the stakeholder meetings and the housing assessments and the review of codes and all the things that were done during that process?
So if I can take that, Dennis. So what we're going to do is the work that was done by the task force is not going to be in vain. We have asked our consultants to incorporate a lot of the ideas that have come from that into the process. There were many things that came out of that. County and city kind of respectively was kind of broken out. And some of the things we were able to do readily from the task force recommendation. And we went ahead and did that. Some of it was a little more complex. And I think this process will kind of take some of those suggestions and kind of work with that, and maybe even some new information we may get out of this. So all the things that were done, part of the task force, is continuing to be worked on and will be included in this. There were some challenging suggestions that we had to take some time to find out how to do it. And so hopefully this action plan will look at our development codes currently and will provide options from a policy standpoint on how best to implement it. So this is a housing action plan giving us better ways to implement the housing policies.
Thanks for that, CAC. And I do appreciate, staff's efforts here and the fact that the city has identified the fact that we do have a workforce housing issue, or at least on the surface appears that, and we're going to dig into this and see where that we can provide some relief. So certainly I'll be willing to do whatever I need to do. You guys know this is a little bit of a passion for me, making sure that young families have the, home ownership within their reach. And certainly what I'm hoping obviously comes out of this round is not only an action plan from the consultants, but that we develop an action plan, based upon their recommendations. And I know staff's going to do their best to get us there. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kamak, I am really glad to hear that the task force 2 years ago, that those results are being given to the consultants, and whoever's on this team is going to be rolled into to try to incorporate it, because there was a time where the city was really good paying for plans and they shelved it and it just stayed there and gathered up dust. So it was wasted money. So I'm really glad to hear that. The other thing is I'm looking at this timeline. So you have had a kickoff, April 22nd. That's happened, and I'm just a little concerned this timeline. Public involvement has been delayed because it says May 1st to May 31st, and we're past that. So are we still going to be able to catch up? Are we going to need to hire someone extra, or the company that LDC that's helping us will be able to help catch us up? Because it seems like we're 1, 2, 3, we're kind of 4 down and we're behind. So I'm just concerned with the timeline on where this is going. I'm hoping we can catch up. If you could share some light on that, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we did talk about that. The COVID times is just making it a little challenging for us to come up with good public participation strategies. But we are working on it, and we hope to engage the public in it. We don't want to short public engagement, and that's why we want to give it a little more thought to try and gather as much as we can. I think through these with new tools and using online tools, I think we could keep the public input process open for longer periods of time and find different ways to engage in meetings like this, taking polls. I think we can get some quality information in a shorter amount of time if necessary. So I think we'll try and keep that schedule as best as we can and see if we can get it completed.
Do you remember when we did the blog? I believe we had more hits on the blog than we ever had of people actually showing up physically for a meeting. It seemed like people were a little bit more candid. So that might be something in besides just a web page thing. I forget who designed that, but it seemed to work very well because they kept saying it was a lot more successful than trying to have open house meetings. So just throwing it out.
Absolutely. I think I was the one that created the blog for a comprehensive plan amendment a while ago, and we had a lot of people because there's the comment section. We've talked to the consultant. That was one of the main skills that we asked when we were hiring consultants is you got to be really savvy with online tools and have a web presence. So we expect a lot of people to try and provide input from home at the convenience at the time that they desire. So we wanted them to have that web front, so to speak. And so we requested that skill be essential for our consultants. And so our next step in the process, when we look at the data that they're collecting and how we present it to online, all of that we're asking it to be not just our standard data, but really meaningful data that can tell a story and share information. So we're really working on that piece. So we'll do our best to get that input and also share good information with the public.
Okay, Councillor Mack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mac, I have a question for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking here, and I'm glad to see that all the information from the past housing, topics and discussions and things like that is being incorporated in there. And to me, it's just like, okay, are we going to, here we go again, or are we going to get something actually finalized? So am I looking at this correct, that we hope to have all this data compiled and we can make some major decisions by spring of 2021? And is that a definite with no extensions?
That's the best we can hope for with the plan and schedule. We always try to keep on schedule. It's not our intention to delay it unless we actually absolutely have to. We do have timeline. This is a grant program. The state is tracking us. So we had a meeting actually a week ago of all the people in the state that received the grant money that could meet at a Zoom meeting and have conversations about progress. So everybody is wanting to move this ahead from a statewide standpoint. So we're on board with that and trying to keep schedule. We know housing is an issue around the state and all the communities, and the state's doing their part to try and facilitate it. And that's part of hiring the consultant and working even during the COVID times is to try and keep the schedule.
Okay, I understand. Yes, housing is important, and we're in short supply. So thank you very much, Mac.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kamak and staff for those. Seeing no other questions, let's move on to our last item under Development Services, which is Central Business District Code Review Update. So I guess back to CAC.
Okay, I'll get us started and then hand it off to our Associate Planner, Ray Lindenberg. So this is part of our work that we're doing since last August. The City Council had a moratorium on some developments in downtown. And so the idea was that during this moratorium, we do a certain amount of work that will hopefully clarify some things for us in terms of the codes or any other requirements in downtown. So we've done some work already, and during the COVID times, we thought that because we didn't want to short public participation in any of these processes, we wanted to take a slightly longer time and make sure that we do that important step. But anyway, it's been a couple of months since we shared any information with you on this review, and so this is the first chance we're getting to share some information with you. So with that, I'll pass it on to Ray, and then we'll take some questions and comments at the end.
Thanks, CAC, and thanks, Mayor and members of the City Council. Ray Lindenberg, Associate Planner. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start sharing my PowerPoint presentation here. So I'm going to make sure this works real quick and let me know if you see it okay. Does that come up for you?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Looks like it.
All right, what we have, I'm going to do kind of a two-part presentation here. The first part's going to be just talking about some of the key topics that we've been looking at with regard to the moratorium and the Central Business District Code Review itself. And then the second portion is going to be an overview of a public survey that we did online and some of the results of that and kind of some takeaways and information we got from that. So going ahead and jumping into it, the first portion of the presentation is going to be to discuss the key topics that we're going to be looking at tonight. And I'm going to try and keep this pretty brief because I understand you have a big agenda ahead of you. So what we have are kind of three key topics: the moratorium and the issues that are within the code that led to that, mixed use and definitions and residential uses and how those all work out within the Central Business District, and then the potential changes to address those issues that we discussed tonight. Now, the moratorium itself and the issues behind it, just kind of gathering the thoughts of the city council and the public. The reasoning behind it and the reason it came up is the community concern, and then possible ways in which the code is utilized that produce unintended results, possibly leading to detrimental development within the CBD, the Central Business District, and then also the need to balance residential and commercial uses that's in a way that is beneficial to everyone involved. Now, with the moratorium itself, we're looking at, sorry, let me go back to something here. My mouse is not working. Trying to get used to this. Oh, good grief. I apologize. I have 3 screens that I'm using here, and they're kind of difficult to keep track of sometimes, so I apologize for that. Okay, so we talked about potential changes to the code to resolve those problems and getting to a point where we have a code that works for the city. We're talking about closing perceived loopholes, ensuring positive results, and allowing for creativity and good design while avoiding kind of governmental overreach in that situation. So moving back to the moratorium itself and the unintended consequences that come with some of the creative solutions that happen. You see parts of the code that they get kind of twisted around or interpreted in ways that maybe weren't intended, and potential detrimental developments within the downtown. You have a use list that is significant and very long and very detailed, and that sometimes leads to the unintended consequences where you have things that are intended to be there and not in other zone districts, or perhaps were kind of left out or combined in some way. We have a commercial code that what we call is kind of a cascading effect. If it's allowed in one zone, it's allowed in 2 different zones. And so what we're looking at is some potential solutions to that situation as well. Now, within the moratorium itself, is what we're looking for is clarity, and that was one of the key concepts and a word that CAC actually used when he introduced this, is that Judge Hancock's decision cited definitions of primary permitted uses versus accessory permitted uses, and what does that mean? Are those terms compatible or competing? Are they necessary to include, or is there a better way of determining uses that can and should be allowed? Also, we have potential contradictory and confusing language. Again, the same thing with the permitted, primary permitted versus accessory permitted. There's other kind of uses that could be considered contradictory or confusing. We want to try to avoid some of the interpretation that seems to be happening, that staff views text as one way and an attorney might view it another way and an applicant might find it a third way. And so that's a problem, obviously. It becomes difficult to administer the code when we have that situation. And then also, finally, what is the intent of what we're looking for? So one of the issues that we have also with the Central Business District Code is that all other zone districts in the city have dimensional standards for lot creation and lot line adjustment. The Central Business District does not. And one of the unintended consequences that we talked about as staff is that this can allow for the creation of odd lots, oddly shaped lots, oddly dimensioned lots, and the potential for protection strips and other consequences that are probably not intended, such as creating frontages or moving frontages away from where they were intended to be. And so that is one thing that we can take a look at that might be ripe for a change to allow for better administration of the CBD zone. Now, we also have the mixed uses, and I know that that's been kind of a key concept, and we discussed it before. I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but we do have, the Hancock decision discussing mixed uses and the primary accessory uses. Other cities do not have prescriptive statements on percentages or minimum square footages and things like that, and there's a rationale behind that. We'll discuss that real briefly in a minute. But the key thing here is, does this Hancock decision affect this? And we think it might. When we discuss this as staff, we see an issue where if we have primary and accessory permitted uses within the code, and that primary use is defined as being a certain percentage, then we have de facto set a percentage for what mixed use is. And we feel that this might be an issue. That as staff looks at it, do we really want that or need that? Because what you're looking at is the percentages might be out of line with what is needed or desired in the downtown area. Now, the rationale that we have for making sure that mixed use can be a little bit flexible is that having the prescriptive design standard or dimensional standards reduces the creativity in building and site design. And it might cause situations where a project wouldn't pencil for a developer and cause that project to either fail or just not be built. And it can provide too much commercial space for what is needed by the local market. We feel pretty strongly about that, especially when we have wide variety of parcel sizes. We have very small parcels like the one at the corner of Dock Street and Pioneer. We have very large parcels like the Bayshore property, and one size does not necessarily fit all in that situation. And this is, we feel, another reason to revisit the primary versus accessory use designation. Because if we're taking that as a definition, then that can create a situation where we're taking away that creativity and that ability to design something for the market and for the site and putting exact numbers to it. And we feel that that is a potentially disastrous situation. So ultimately, the mixed use definition is a need to balance residential and commercial. And we don't feel that there's a reason to eliminate the category. We feel that there's a way to fix it. But we just need to ensure that that balance remains and is right for Oak Harbor, for the balance of commercial and residential uses. So we move on, we talk about potential changes to the code itself. Fixing contradictory or confusing terms. There's a statement within the purpose section that was cited by Judge Hancock regarding the idea that mixed use is required in the CBD. And that's something that we might want to take a look at. There might be a situation where somebody wants to just build a retail building or an office building or a hotel building. And in order to allow for that, we can't have a statement that says that mixed use is required because it doesn't work that way. We can also revisit the separate categories for primary and accessory permitted uses. Are these distinctions needed? Not all zoning codes have a distinction between a primary and accessory use, and perhaps there's a better way to define them. And then finally, clarifying the desire or dictating the need for mixed uses in the CBD and other zone districts. And that kind of expands out a little bit what I'm going to discuss here in a minute, the idea of looking at our other commercial zone districts as well. And then finally, potential changes, looking at closing those perceived loopholes. As staff, we feel that we can fix a lot of what is viewed as problematic with our central business district code by implementing some dimensional standards. And those dimensional standards would include minimum lot sizes, minimum lot dimensions, whether it's width or depth of the lot or square footage, or a combination of all of the three. The problem is that when you don't have any lot dimensional standards, there are situations where lot lines can be manipulated to create artificial barriers and problematic situations that we've all seen already. So in other words, and obviously as we go through this process, there is much to consider. We're thinking about bringing other commercial zone districts up for review. We have a number of commercial zone districts, as you know, and as I mentioned previously, we have this cascading effect where you have certain uses that are allowed in all zones or in 2 zones or 3 zones, and we feel like there's probably a better way of organizing that and providing that information to the public. possibly by using a table versus the list for each zone district. That way we can easily compare and contrast what's in our zone districts now, and also be able to explain it to potential developers and citizens, what it is that we allow for and where we can go and move forward. And then also the concept of boiling down those uses. We have, I believe it was 63 uses in one of our zone districts. It gets to be too much, honestly, and a lot of those uses are very similar to each other, and a lot of those uses could be easily boiled down into a retail category or a service category, and perhaps you have two different sizes. You have retail stores of less than X number of square feet, and retail stores larger, and then those categories are allowed or not allowed in certain zone districts. Also, you could have service industry type things, whether it's a hair salon or a nail parlor or car repair or whatever it is. But we feel like that there are better ways of having those uses categorized, and then that way we can look at them in a more holistic manner between all of the different zone districts. So moving on to the public input portion of the evening here. We did a online survey using SurveyMonkey, and it started on March 20th. We had over 300 responses, which was really impressive. We're very happy to get that many people responding. And most of those folks were in the city of Oak Harbor, about 82% of them. The notice went out with our utility bills, and so we expected that it would be a very high percentage of city residents, which is a good thing. That's what we want. We asked a number of questions, mostly having to do with how often people visit Old Town Oak Harbor, and then also what people want to see or not see in that area. And so as you can see there, the majority of people visit at least once a month, and most of them, honestly, at least once a week or every day. The reasons for their visit, as you can see there, mostly to eat. We have, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, up to almost 40% on dinner dining. We have a few people that visit a bar or a club. We have people purchasing goods or services either for themselves or for other people. The orange is for themselves, and that's that one right there. The purple is for gifts. And we also have walking and exercise, people who work within the district, and then just kind of the other variety of uses or kind of categories. If people just come downtown to hang out, we have people who just kind of stroll around and just bum around, if you will. And so we have all those different uses on there. From there, we asked how many or what people would like to see more of and less of in downtown or Old Town Oak Harbor. You can see that there's kind of an interesting dichotomy here. You have people, there's actually quite a few people who would like to see more nightlife, such as bars and or clubs, but there's a larger portion who would like to see less of that. One of the big categories and one of the big things that we see later on is the desire for family-friendly entertainment. We have stores focusing on local versus stores focusing on kind of visitor type tourist uses. And I'm going to hold on here just a second. So the turquoise color there are the stores that are focusing on gifts and unique type items, whereas the yellow one are the stores that are focusing on your staple kind of everyday type items. So there's definitely a desire there, as shown on this one, to have more of the unique type stores versus more of your staples that you might see that you could just go shopping for on an everyday basis. And then we have a very large category for restaurants. That's almost unanimous. More people want restaurants, very few people want fewer restaurants. We have a desire to have fewer residences, it looks like. We have about 50% people saying that they want to see fewer residences. which is interesting because we have hardly any residences within the strict CBD district. I suspect that that's more of a kind of perception issue that we don't have. I didn't include, and I probably should have, I didn't include a map showing exactly what the CBD was, although that will probably be the next step here, is to get a spatial kind of survey of people, what people think of as being Old Town or the CBD. And then finally, I asked people to take a magic wand, and what is it you would like to see if you could place one thing in Old Town Oak Harbor? And the results were interesting because there wasn't a consistent or, overwhelming choice other than a pier. People want to see things that are family friendly. Hotels came up fairly strongly. Brew pubs came up. An outdoor stage or pavilion was a very strong contender. We saw library. We saw residences. Video game arcade was a very popular choice. But I think the thing that we see here, as far as if you were able to say that there is a pattern, is that people want to see fun and interesting things. They want to be able to go down to Old Town and see things that are interesting and unique and different. They want to have a pier because that's not something that you might see if you're just coming in from Seattle as a visitor. It might be something that you can also do as a local resident, just to go hang out and see the water and enjoy the weather and things like that. So there wasn't an overwhelming choice, but the pier was definitely number one on the list. So I thought that was interesting. So what we have is, from here, we're going to continue to work on the concept of looking at some of the issues that we have with the code. We're going to work on distilling some of those uses and then getting back to you with some potential changes to the code itself to affect some change with regard to clarity, especially. I think that's our key thing, is that with the Judge Hancock decision, we saw that there was some issue with the conciseness and the clarity and the consistency of our language within our code. So we're going to work on that. And we're also going to take a look at the mixed uses and how those operate with respect to other zone districts as well, because we do have a request and an interested party who's looking at doing what they consider to be horizontal mixed use. Instead of having your mixed use within one building going up and down, they're talking about having mixed uses on one parcel but in separate buildings. So that's something that we're going to take a look at and see if that is a direction that we want to go for perhaps other zone districts to allow for. But it's becoming wide-ranging. It's starting to encompass more than we had originally anticipated, and that's not unusual. So with that, I will open it up to any questions or comments that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Council, any questions, input? Councilor Mack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lindberg, question. Looking at all these different codes for the Central Business District, has anybody, I'm sure you have, looked at other cities such as like Arlington? Well, our Oak Harbor is a little bit unique, where we have the waterfront, so on and so forth. What would be the code difference for like their downtown that they just completely remodeled, everybody's happy with? Then you have someone like Anacortes, that they're similar, they have a waterfront, they have an old downtown, and so on and so forth. So we'd be compared more like Anacortes. Are you looking at those, and could those be used as a guide to helping you with your decision process?
Absolutely. I have a list of 10 to 12 kind of peer cities, if you will. They're approximately the same size, and try and maintain, a similar type physical characteristics, like you mentioned, waterfronts and things like that. And that's definitely something that we take a look at. We as planners, often kind of crib our information from other cities and see what works and use that to incorporate into our own code. And I think that's definitely going to be the case here.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Servadius.
Mr. Lindenberg, just wanted to say thank you. I know this has been going on a while, and there was a time where we were pretty excited to move it forward fairly quickly. And I think with COVID and the economy slowing down, I think it makes sense to take our time and do this right. I appreciate the amount of public outreach that you've done, 300 plus responses, obviously involving the building owners, Main Street, the organization, and the businesses down there. Just to very much appreciate the update and look forward, I guess, to seeing a little bit more of some of the prescriptive language, even though it sounds like you don't want to be overly prescriptive, and you gave some reasons as to why that is. But just looking forward to finally seeing the finished product, or starting to narrow in on a more finished product so we know what we're working with. But just thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ray. This was informative, and I liked some of your collages that you made. The one with the pier and stuff is very clever. The results that you got from the survey, is that something that if Main Street had it, they could build upon from that with what you have gathered? I'm just throwing it out there. No, I'm glad you're being very thorough and looking at other things, because we want to get it right. We want to get it right this time. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. And to answer that question, I can absolutely share that information with Main Street. And that is my intent to do so. I want to work with them and make sure that we're all on the same page for this. That honestly is kind of my thought process, was that particular survey was kind of a first level survey, and there will probably be more detailed information that I will try and get out of a second survey, especially considering I don't know that an open house is going to happen anytime soon. So we're going to do what we can to try and get people involved, and always the possibility of doing other types of outreach, whether it's short clips and videos and things like that. But we're definitely going to try and involve the community as much as possible, and the Main Street Association as well, and all the other stakeholders, business owners, building owners, etc.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo some of the other council members' comments. Ray, thanks much for the presentation from several standpoints. First off, I agree with Councilor Servadius. When we dove into this, we thought, okay, we can just change a couple words in this code and everything's going to be fixed and wham bam. And the way you made the presentation, it was very clear. This is a lot more complicated than we think. And part of the reason we found ourselves the way where we were there for a while is through a series of patches that have been made over the years, and minor changes and minor wording, and which got us to where we were at. So I appreciate staff taking the time. I know we got you working on a ton of things, right? But our Main Street's our little jewel, right? And I'd rather spend the time to get it right. And you made a presentation that showed us that something that seems on the forefront to be a very simple thing is actually a lot more complicated, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. I kind of view this as doing a minor deck repair project, where you think you're going to replace a couple of deck boards on top, and then you find out you have rotted supports on the ground. So, yeah.
Councilor Wassinger.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all of the public outreach, and I'm excited that we had 300 responses just in this first go round. And I would support, like you said, diving even more and doing more specific public outreach. I think as a city council member, it's utmost importance that we first find out what is important to the public and the people that are, using downtown and visiting, and what they'd like to see, and it's very helpful for us, and then to build on that to make a good, solid code. My question is, I too agree that I want to take our time and make sure that, like you said, the foundation is built correctly for the deck boards. So I didn't see in your presentation, do you have sort of a timeline or what you're thinking, a process, or I know we've extended the moratorium. What are you thinking going forward?
Yeah, so in order to extend the moratorium, you have to come up with a work plan, and that's what you all did in February. And so I've held off a little bit on developing a specific work plan going beyond August, because you're good until August. The moratorium expires on the 28th, I believe, is the exact date. So as we come up to that, and as I work through the process of having that public engagement, and then actually working on text and codes and things like that, that will take me through the next couple months or so. And then when we get to a point where it's in July, I will have a much better idea of what we need to get done. Because my intent would be is if we extend the moratorium 6 months, is not to use 6 months, but to use maybe a month or two just to get us over the finish line, essentially. So I would say at this point that we're looking at, some more public participation, and then a presentation of some sort of draft within the next, 4 to 6 weeks or somewhere thereabouts. And then we can start talking about, what's going to get us over that finish line.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Just to reiterate, I think we'll probably have this on your workshop probably in July and August, because we'll have the moratorium extension in August. And as we work through these workshops, we'll provide you with that draft schedule, which will accompany the moratorium when it comes in August. So you should have that information very soon.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, CAC and staff. We'll move on to Police Department. Item number A is security cameras in city parks update. We have our chief, Kevin Dresker, I believe.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, by golly, we can.
Okay, so since this is a workshop, I thought I would turn your world upside down. There you go. And I wrote the...
I'm glad to see you.
Hey, did anybody notice, I just want to bring attention to it as a check mark in this appearance. I've tried that, it has not helped. It doesn't do anything. The only thing I can find to touch up my appearance is this. There you go. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, I'll talk. So security cameras, we don't have much new. What I wanted to let you know is that Patricia, Sandra with Public Works, and I met virtually, of course, with our IT department, who has been helping us on some initial camera information. So it is in their hands, and we've asked them to give us a, Patricia, help me with that word. A proposal. What's the official word for that?
She's talking, but we can't hear her.
Okay. In any case, we've asked them to give us a proposal based on what we're wanting, to give us a more precise price and work product that they would need to do. So it's in their hands. They're going to get back to us. I don't have that yet, and I can't tell you exactly when they're going to get that back. So that's kind of just an update on that. Does anybody have any questions that I can answer regarding that right now?
Any questions?
Good.
Okay. Seeing none.
So, Mayor, do we have questions?
I don't think so at this point. Don't see any questions, Chief, so.
Perfect. Okay, I will move on to the next issue, which is the smoking in the park.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am going to share my screen here if I can figure out how to do that with this. And I'm going to have to go to large view, share screen, and go to this. So can everybody see that?
No.
No, let's exit full screen. How about that?
No.
Of course not. That? Okay. How about that?
Yes.
There you
Yes.
Okay.
go. There you go. We can't read
So
it.
well, and that's okay. I'm just going to go through this real quick. It's a PDFs, and I apologize with not getting this to you earlier, and I'm aware of Councilman Wiesner's comments earlier. There have been a few things going on in the police world, but what I've got here is just maps, and it's just to give you a perspective. All the green spots you see are city parks, and we have something like 32, 33 city parks in within a city. And I just wanted to give you a perspective of the number of parks. The green you see there on the left is a golf course. That's not the city.
So no, hey Chief, we're looking at your
Yes.
4-option Word document. We're not.
Oh, you're still looking at that?
We're not looking at a
Well,
map.
let's just go with that
I don't
then.
think
All
the
right.
map loaded.
Okay. Well, good then. Hopefully you've had a chance to read all that. I was showing you some maps of city parks. Really all it was to give you a perspective that we have 30 some odd city parks in the town. The parks vary from very small to, of course, Windjam. Talked about this before, and we've come back. The internet is weak here, so hopefully you guys still have me. The number one option there, if you can see that, is ban smoking in all city parks. So that is kind of what we talked about before, where you just ban smoking. There's no ifs, ands, or but. It's just banned. Number two there is, other than Windjammer and Fort Nugent parks, you can ban smoking in all the city parks, all the small parks and everything around, except in areas designated. So you can designate certain areas where smoking can allow in these other parks. In Windjammer and Fort Nugent, which are the big ones, you could designate certain areas as no smoking. So in other words, as you read through the bullet points there, you could say that the ball fields there, the baseball fields, no smoking within those, and maybe 25 feet outside of those actual parks, which would cover the grass area. The splash park, other areas that you think are important to do that with because of the children that might be in the area or because of the ball fields with the bleachers. There's some problems with that. The areas would need to be clearly designated with signage and that signage maintained. If it's not, you can't hold people accountable to understand that those specific areas are different than the rest. And it can create some ambiguity, such as someone just walking through an exclusion area and they happen to keep their cigarette lit and they pass through and get caught, or somebody tells on them, during that period of time. Also, if you make it a 25 feet beyond a certain limit, then, do you measure that if you catch them and you need to deal with it? Option three, you could only ban smoking in certain areas in the parks, whether people are there or not, such as the ballparks, splash park, playground, Windjammer, etc. Again, you go back to the problems or the bullet points in number two. Additionally, if you ban smoking in playgrounds, what defines a playground? Most of the city parks have a teeter-totter or a swing, something like that. And again, you could just designate Windjammer and Fort Nugent. So you can pick out some things. The problems are it creates exceptions and ambiguities, not only for the citizens, but for the courts and police officers that may need to enforce things. If any ban is adopted, the penalty should be infraction, just like other park violations, which is basically a fine. They can, of course, challenge it through the court process. And then, of course, it would also be a violation of a park rule, which would allow for an exclusion or trespass to take place should the situation call for that or the officers decide that's appropriate under the circumstances. So banning smoking in all or not banning smoke options which are cleanest and easiest for the public to understand and for officers and courts to enforce is appropriate and permitted by resources. The other two options may take care of certain circumstances, like the bleachers with the ball fields, but they can also create some confusion or complications to enforce or accountability. So I think we've talked about some of that before, but we just kind of narrowed that down a little bit. And I'm open. I wanted to show you real quick a diagram if I can make it happen. You guys probably can't see that diagram though, can you? All right, we're gonna forget it. Okay, any questions?
Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. It won't surprise anybody to hear that I definitely have an opinion about this. Chief Dresker, I'm going to ask you the question that staff hates being asked, and that is, if this were your decision, what would you do?
I would become a city council person and help make the decision. You know, it's a tough one. You know, you guys are the public representatives that need to make that decision. You know, I'm in the position of law enforcement who will be tasked with dealing with enforcing this the best we can. We've had that conversation. I won't reiterate all of it, but there'll be, you know, if people listen and everybody understands what it's all about, then great. If you encounter that person who just thinks it's wrong and wants to debate it or argue with it or something worse, then we deal with that. And but you know, the essence of the rule is good. You don't want that secondary smoke to be going to other people sitting on the bleachers who may or may not have medical conditions or just don't want the smoke. So, you know, right now, if somebody's on a bleacher doing that, whether it's a cigar or a cigarette, and there's others sitting around, there's nothing we could do in order to tell that person, hey, you're disturbing everybody else, would you please move? So it takes care of an issue in certain circumstances, and it might be sitting in the grass watching fireworks displays, might be the same type of a situation. So it is a tough call, and of course, we're a little sensitive right now for police because the current tempo or mood out there in the nation, and we don't want to have any more things that we have to encounter, but that's our job. Our job is to deal with what you folks do, and I don't think you're wrong in doing any of the options, to tell you the truth. Skirted around that one.
You did. It was very good. Okay, I'll take you off the spot. But you did bring up some good points. I am not in favor of anything that's ambiguous at all. I agree that it either needs to be okay or not. And I appreciate the position of law enforcement preferring to keep their interactions, you know, as few and far between as possible. But you know, I mean, as we've seen with this COVID thing and just wearing masks and being, you know, considerate of other human beings' health, it's, you know, there are always going to be people that are going to want to make a point and, you know, be combative about something just really so easy to do. So I can definitely see both sides of this. If it were me and I could wave a magic wand, then we would absolutely ban smoking in all city parks. But again, I am definitely sensitive to the position that puts you and your staff in. So, yeah, I'll...
Yeah, and I want to speak, Tara, if you don't mind, I want to speak to that for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, as I say, if you pass this and you do it, we will enforce it to the best of our ability, but this is not, and I'm going to be a little extreme here, this is not a bank robbery, this is not a DUI, this is not a shoplifting in the store. So it's something that we'll utilize our discretionary abilities with, and we'll try it through education. It says that right in the city code. We'll try to do it through education. That's our primary source, and everybody from complainant to person we talk to needs to understand that. And we've got so many other things that we are responsible for enforcing that we have a lot of discretion about how we deal with it. And I'm going to do the plug here. I've been with our guys and gals for the last couple days doing a few things, and you have quality men and women that work for the Oak Harbor Police Department that you can be proud of, and they make good decisions. So certainly I don't think there'll be an over authority type of an issue. But, that's our job. We do this stuff with all these different rules and laws. That's part of what we do.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councillor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll reiterate a couple things. I completely agree with Councilmember Heisen. I am for something that has no exceptions, no ambiguity. It's all or none. In this case, I would err on the side of all. And this is why I don't expect, as Chief Tresker said, this is going to be a massive priority. And I mean, let's be realistic. If someone is out walking their dog, 7 a.m., lights a cigarette in any of our community parks, that's really not a priority. And, I don't think it's, I don't picture anybody even calling and turning that person in. But I would want the law to be in place so that if you did have a person that was not combative, but let's say just unrepentant, or says, hey, this is my right. The police, as Officer or Chief Tresker said, they have that discretion. And I witnessed it last year at the music festival. It was pretty impressive. Gentleman was outside of the beer garden, drinking beer and smoking a joint. And one of the officers came up to him and basically just asked him to put it out, dump the beer out, and that was it. And I thought, wow, not that I ever find myself in that position, but I would hope I would receive such grace. But it was just interesting. It's like, hey, he could have made a big deal out of this and really turned it into something, but it was a community event. There was a lot going on. He walked up to the gentleman, and that's how they decided to deal with that one. And the guy, I think, was very, acceptive, or took the advisement or the warning and did what he needed to do. So I picture that happening with our parks in the same way that, if there's an issue and an officer needs to be called, or they're out there, maybe they're doing a bike patrol, they could just say, hey, you may not be aware, but there's a fairly new ordinance. There's no smoking in the parks, and it's not within 25 feet of this, because that just gets nutty to enforce. Or if it ever did have to go to court, the person said, well, I was 27 feet, not 25, and I've got a picture on my phone. So I picture this as something that's kind of like our shopping cart ordinance that is probably next to never needed, but if it is needed, I want it to have as much teeth in it, for lack of a better word, for our citizens and our law enforcement if they need to actually cite someone. Chief, I did have a question. When we talk about an infraction, you said it would be the same as an infraction. Do we know what the dollar amount would be? I would hope it would be something very minor. What is our first level of infraction?
Unfortunately, I don't have that with me. It would be the same as other park. It would be the same as other park Class 1 violations. I don't have that bail schedule or that dollar amount with me. Let me see. Class 1, maybe I do. So civil infraction right now is maximum of $250, not including statutory assessments. So a Class 1 infraction, which is what most of these things are, is a maximum penalty of $250, but that doesn't mean that's what it is. I don't have the dollar amount with you. You could certainly set a lower amount if you wanted to. There's Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4. All of the other park violations, I believe, are all Class 1. And I don't know if Anna is still here, but she can verify that. But as I'm looking at the document that I created before, I believe that to be the case.
Yes, in OHMC 1.28.020, Class 1 maximum penalty shall be $250. So that's the maximum for Class 1.
So if an officer had to cite someone, do you pick a dollar amount up to?
No, it's established, and it's we have what we call bail schedules or informational sheets. So it's established, and the dollar amount is written right in there, and the infraction amount is just listed on there. It's not an arbitrary number. It's not our choice. It's our choice whether to write the citation or not based on the circumstances. It's our choice whether to provide an exclusion. It's our choice whether the education will suffice, which is our preference, but the amount is not our choice.
Okay, so I guess I'll just end with, once again, I support a total ban for all parks. I don't picture this being a problem. I know it's not a priority for our police force. But if you had somebody that was problematic or a repeat offender, and they've received 2 or 3 warnings, it's the summertime, they always go down there and, for whatever reason, that's just what they want to do and where they want to do it. I would think after a couple of warnings, we need to give our law enforcement that ability to cite them if they choose and or move them along with the park exclusion where they're trespassed from the park. I would hope that people will do the right thing. They'll respect other people's personal space, because that smoke is one of those challenging things that it can drift a long ways. And in the end, we kind of self-police that this isn't, something that I don't picture the police force out there running around looking for lit cigarettes. However, I do support putting the ordinance on the books, so if they do need that tool, it's there. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilman Wassinger can help me out on it, but I can remember in the soccer days when they're playing on a city field or a city park, I walked around with a sign that said, "No smoking, please." So when there are certain kids organized activities and they're in our park, they're using it, there is no smoking. Now, right now, that's rare because we can't be doing the organized things. But when you look at the high school football games and the basketball games at the high school or the junior high, little league, t-ball, all of that, and a lot of it is already on our city parks. They make arrangements for that. I think we should go with no smoking, which would also include no vaping. And then they're not going out looking for it, but if it just happens to come, they have the teeth to use to enforce it. But if we're already doing it with all the kids and youth activities, why don't we make it a consolidated or going with whatever's happening anyway? And then that would be consistent in the city.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I might just add to your comments that, and I think I mentioned it before, but under City Code 646030, vaping, use of vaping products is already prohibited in parks. So that's already been established by council at one point in time, just for information.
Okay, any other questions or input at this point? Councilor Wassinger.
Yes, I agree. I would support just the ban of smoking in the parks. We already have it with vaping, and yes, Beth or Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, during the kids' sporting events, and I've said it before, Little League is a no smoking, activity zone. I mean, it's sort of in the rule books of Little League now. Whether in the past we had any teeth to, as a, for me as a Little League volunteer to say, no smoking here. I don't know the legalities of that, but we certainly tried, and it would be helpful for sure to have this on board. And yeah, I don't want to be as concise and clear as possible. So I would support just the complete ban of smoking in the parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wassinger. Anyone else? Okay, I guess I just got notice that Councilor Wiesner has had to depart the meeting, just as an FYI, so he's no longer with us. So seeing, I guess, no other input or questions on smoking in city parks, we will move to our section under Public Works.
So, Mayor, real
yes,
quick.
Yes, Chief.
So I'm taking it from the conversation here. I will get with Anna, the city attorney's office, and we will at some point bring back a draft of for you folks to look at and make a decision on. Is that appropriate?
Yes, I believe it is, and Anna is here with me, and she agrees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
And I'll go back to my... There.
Okay. We'll move on to our next section, which is Public Works. We have 4 items this evening, and we'll start with the professional services agreement master plan for Harbor Heights property. And I think we have Kathy Rosen, Public Works Director, with us. Kathy?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So our Parks Manager, Hank Neidem, is going to handle the first 2 items, A and B, and then our City Engineer will handle C and D after that. So I will mute my mic, and it's up to you, Hank. Here you go.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. I am going to do my first share here. Hopefully this is successful. I just learned how to do this today. Well, that went to the end. Okay, so we'll be talking about the Harbor Heights Regional Park Project. So to give you a little bit of rundown on where we are at, we sent out requests for qualifications to landscape architectural firms on February 28th, and we originally had a submittal date of March 27th for that year. But then the coronavirus restrictions hit us, so we went ahead and postponed the deadline to April 24th. We sent out 8 requests for qualifications, and then we received 2 submittals back, one from Greenworks and the other one from David Evans and Associates. We then met with both, or did a conference call with both David Evans and Associates and Greenworks later in June. And then based on the submittals and the interviews, we have selected to propose to negotiate a contract with David Evans and Associates. We've done work with David Evans and Associates in the past. The VFW Park is one project that we have worked with them recently. So we are asking the council, we'll be coming to council to approve a contract with David Evans and Associates at the July 7th City Council meeting. So to kind of give you a rundown on the scope of services that'll be in this contract, one, we're going to ask them to develop a master plan for the entire 75-acre property. They will be responsible to facilitate and attend public meetings, steering committee meetings, and also council meetings as needed. They'll be preparing documents and drawings for the permit review for phase 1, and this includes the 2 soccer fields, parking lot, and that encompasses about 5.2 acres of the site. They'll also provide us approximate cost estimates for the various aspects of the project planning and prioritizing purposes. That's probably focused again on that phase 1. And they'll also, under their scope of work, they'll create and maintain a website for the project. We want to bring in, promote early and frequent public participation. We want to be very transparent and have the public involved in the process. We also are going to be asking them to provide traffic impact studies, prepare the SEPA checklist, and then also do the wetland delineation if required. And then we have a deadline. We hope to go out to construction of phase 1 in February of 2022. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Hank. Looking to see if there are any from council. Not seeing any yet. Sounds like it was a good informational report, and
okay.
Thank you, Hank. So, not seeing any, we'll move on to item number B, professional services contract for Windjammer Park planter maintenance.
Okay. So let me see if I can get going on here. Didn't want to seem to move. Try a different share here. So this is a proposal to contract out planter maintenance to a private vendor. Now, we currently have a maintenance agreement with Pacific Earthworks. It's the landscaping company that originally put in all the landscaping. And that landscaping contract expires on June 26th of this year. We have sent out a call for bids to maintain the planter beds around Windjammer Park, around the Clearwater facility. We opened bids on June 16th. We only received one bid from Simply Yards Landscaping in the amount of $15,812, and that is for a period of 1 year. Simply Yards Landscape, they have been doing the maintenance already. They were a subcontractor to Pacific Earthworks. So we're pleased to see that, and we feel that they have done a good job for us in that regard. I've got a little sketch here of Windjammer Park. Got some different colors there to kind of identify the different planter areas. You see the purple up there, that's the parking lots. They're off Pioneer Way. Blue, those are the planters around the Clean Water facility. And then the green, of course, is into the park itself. You can see that we have square footage listed down below. So we've broken it all up into sections. As you can see, it covers quite a large area, 2.24 acres of planter area that they'll be maintaining. It's our intention to take that dollar amount and to kind of break it up for funding sources, to where the Clean Water facility would pay for the second portion of that cost for the planters around the treatment plant area, and Parks would cover the planters out in the park. So kind of talk a little bit about the scope of work here. This is a very basic contract. They're going to maintain, clean the beds by pulling the weeds, and they'll use some herbicides also. Site cleanup, they'll be responsible when they're done cleaning or weeding. We want to make sure that the sidewalks, pathways are all clear of any debris that's been created by the weeding process. And all the debris, weeds, and everything will be removed from the site whenever they've left. We're going to have them coming in weekly during the growing season, and then at least bi-weekly in the other times in the off seasons like the winter and that kind of thing. The contract is for a 1 year period, and then we do have an option to continue that on to the next following year. Staff will be asking for City Council to approve this contract with Simple Yards at the July 7th council meeting. And at this point, we do feel that we are able to absorb that cost into our existing parks budget due to the fact that we currently have some vacancies in staff that I think will compensate on us in some of these additional costs. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Thank you, Hank. Councilor Servadius.
Hey, Hank. This is something that I'm intrigued by, and I would probably support because I know how much acreage we have to take care of with a very small park staff, even if we bring people on seasonally. The question I would have is, we're down there often, my wife and I walk that park, and I would say, you know, I don't want to throw Simply Yards under the bus, but some beds are better than others. Some certainly need a lot more attention than others, and just the degree, the amount of plantings we have down there This is something that's going to take a lot of attention and a lot of time. And we have an incredible asset there. I don't want it to look all overgrown, like a jungle that no one's maintaining. So what recourse do we have? We don't have the contract in front of us right now. I know that's coming up. If we feel they're not doing a good job, or what has been your experience if they're not out there weekly? How do you contact them and direct them? Hey, these beds need more time and attention. Give me a little bit of background there to put me more at ease before I approve a one-year contract. Or I know we're not approving it right now, but next time.
So I was very pleased to see we got a contract or a proposal from Simple Yards. They are the company that we have been working with. I've had a very good correspondence with them. I've met with them probably almost monthly. They're always receptive to go out and meet with us. They're open to creative criticism, if you want to call it that. Early on, we had a few issues we wanted to discuss with them, and they met with us on site, and we went over it. And so I feel very good about this proposal and the company that we'd be contracting with.
All right, thank you for that. One other thing, just a sidebar, but since you're talking about park maintenance, I know you and I emailed back and forth, and I appreciated your response. Just in case anybody's watching and can they spread the word, do you want to touch base on the berms that are out there and the grass experiment?
Yeah, so we've had people asking, hey, how come you guys aren't mowing those berms down there at Windjammer in front of the clean water facility? And as I had told Joel earlier, that was the intention. That's what was approved in the landscape. And I actually early on asked him, hey, can you give me the specs on this grass? Because it's kind of getting, kind of tall and out of control. And they say, well, it gets to a certain height and then it just stops. And then it's supposed to kind of have that blowing in the breeze look. So he said, okay, that's the way it was designed. Let's give it a shot and see what it looks like. So that's where we're at. We're in kind of a trial mode, if you want to call it that. So I guess sometimes it's like art. Some people like it. Maybe some people don't like it.
Well, and I remember when you sent me those emails, I totally recalled then, because we had talked about if we have these berms with seagrasses there, might people be able to hide out and camp for the night? And I do remember we had the discussion. I'm just curious if we really got the right kind of grass we were supposed to get. It looks like any other fescue that can get tall, but it may not be a true seagrass. But we'll keep an eye on it. I know you guys are watching it. I just wanted the public to know what was going on, because I'd had a couple of questions asked of me that there is a reason why it looks like that.
Yeah, and it's not really a seagrass. It's a species of grass, I guess, that only gets to a certain height.
All right. Thank you, Hank.
It's an ornamental grass.
Kathy Rosen, I saw your hand up there.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to explain that what has happened up until this point, we had in our contract with Hoffman 1 year of maintenance of those planter beds. So that is what has been happening. That maintenance agreement through Hoffman expires at the end of this month, and that's why we're looking to continue to contract that service out rather than hire the staff at this point, because we're currently short-staffed. We're down one employee who left us about a month ago, and then we've had some other staffing issues as well. So that's why we're looking to do this at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mack.
Question, Mr. Needham. This landscape company, are you confident that they're dependable and that you can feel confidence in their work and you don't have to police them and all that good stuff?
Yes, I am, based on my experience. Like I say, I've had a very positive experience with this company, meeting with them, very receptive. I reach out to them, they get back to me in a reasonable time. And so, yes, I feel good about working with them.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions Okay, seeing none, thank you, Hank. We will move on then to item number C and D, and I think that our city engineer, Jim Bridges, will take item number C, development agreement survey discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last council meeting, Councilmember Servadius made a motion that staff prepare a brief survey to the applicants that currently have projects in review with the city. So I'm going to share my screen. If everybody can see that. So on the left side of the screen, the name of the projects, Barrington Drive condos. So what I did was I contacted each one of the applicants by phone. And so starting with the Barrington Drive condos, I spoke to those folks. They were aware of the development agreement, and these are simply yes/no questions. Even though we did go over the code, I was able to walk them through some of the code to show them where it's at online if they weren't quite familiar with it. The folks at Barrington Drive, they were aware, and in the future, if they choose to develop again in Oak Harbor, they would use them. Park Terrace Apartments, multifamily, they weren't aware of the development agreement up front, but after I went through the code with them, they in the future they said they would. The folks at Town and Country, I called and left a couple messages, and they did not return my phone call. That was the only one I do not have an answer for. Gary Oaks, they weren't aware of the development agreement, and then in a long conversation, they didn't know if they would seek a development agreement if they choose to develop again. So Hillside, this is the PRD, the large project at the intersection of SR 20 and Erie. They certainly are aware of development agreement, and in the future they would seek development agreement or use it if they could. And actually, that's our next presentation tonight, is hearing from the applicant on that project. The Scenic Heights Hillside, what's referred to as the Hillside Development Center, that's the smaller one on Scenic Heights, and again, same applicant, same responses. Howard's Point, no, they were not aware of the development agreement, and then in speaking with the applicant, he initially said yes, they would probably look forward to using one. Afterwards, I believe it was the next day, he had gone through the code, and he was hesitant and changed his mind and said no, he wouldn't. And I can certainly share that email with the city council if they choose to see that. He felt that it was maybe too cumbersome of a process. Marin Woods, yes, they were aware, and yes, they would use it on another project. North Heller Short Plat, they weren't aware of it, but in the future they may take advantage of it. So, and Third Avenue Townhomes, that's the same applicant as Howard's Point, and that's a no and a no. So, with that, I can take questions. And I hope that answers the question that you posed to us, Mr. Servadius, the other night. So,
Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to just jump in there. Mr. Bridges, yes, that absolutely answers my question, and I sincerely thank you for taking the time to reach out to these folks. I guess the next question would be, and I know a lot of these are in progress, and they're probably too far down the path, but is a two-part question, I guess. Is there any part of these projects that could still benefit? I don't know. I'll leave it up to your judgment in your conversations with the different individuals that you reached out to. But moving forward, from what I've been able to understand and read, I think it's a great tool, and hopefully we've created some awareness here that can stir or increase as we kind of climb out of this whole COVID thing and whatever financial recession follows that, to whatever degree that happens, that we can utilize these tools to expedite and create a favorable environment for both the city and the developers. There's a known set of objectives going in and standards, and it would just help with our, in general, lack of housing stock that we seem to have. So I sincerely appreciate you taking the lead and reaching out to these individuals and having that conversation and making them aware if they weren't aware. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilor Mack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bridges, for following up with all of these projects. I think they're all important, and hopefully we'll see many of them all the way through. For all the council members out there and anyone else listening, I'd like to share something. So I did some research on this, these development agreements from the state, and I'll quickly read this through. RCW 36.70B.170. These are the findings and intent of this. The legislature finds that the lack of certainty in the approval of development projects can result in a waste of public and private resources, escalating housing costs for consumers, and discourage the commitment to comprehensive planning, which would make maximum efficient use of resources at the least economic cost to the public. Assurance to a development project applicant that upon government approval, the project may proceed in accordance with existing policies and regulations and subject to conditions of approval, all as set forth in a development agreement. It will strengthen the public planning process, encourage private participation and comprehensive planning, and reduce the economic cost of development. Further, the lack of public facilities and services is a serious impediment to develop of new housing and commercial uses. Project applicants and local governments may include provisions and agreements whereby applicants are reimbursed over time for financial public facilities. It is the intent of the legislator by the RCW and through the RCW to allow local governments and owners and developers of real property to enter in development agreements. I think this is very important, and for those developers that weren't aware of it, hopefully that this can open up new doors for Oak Harbor, and we can move forward with everything and try to work some of these agreements out. So thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Mack. Anyone else? Any questions or okay? Seeing none, we'll then move on to the last item under Public Works, Hillside PRD proposal for stormwater discussion. And I think that also Jim Bridges starts this off at least, right, Jim? Hello? Jim looks like he's okay. I think Jim is coming back in here. Just hold on for just a minute.
He might be letting his dog out.
Okay, Mr. Mack's back, but Jim Bridges.
For some reason tonight, my computer's freezing up on me, so
okay.
I'm going to try to share my screen here for this presentation. And with us, we have the developer applicant, Mr. Scott Thompson, his engineer, Mark Vilwalk, his stormwater consultant, Joe Brasher, and Carl Friend. So they're here to answer some questions. So I'm going to start this off with some basic slides so we can get familiar with the area. And then Mr. Thompson's going to take over and he's going to explain his proposal. And then afterwards, we have some other considerations along that staff has put together for council to consider as well. So this is just to get familiar again, this is in the dealing with the Friend Marsh Drainage Basin. Let me move my, there we go. So just kind of the history of the basin. 1890s, the lowlands were first diked. 1930s, the drainage system improved and the first 18-inch tide gate was installed. In the 60s, the Friends leased the lands out. In the 70s and 80s, the leasee did not properly maintain the conveyance channels and the wetlands started to form. In 1996, the 36-inch tide gate was installed. In 1998 is when the city purchased the 32 acres of the marsh with the Conservation Futures Program funds. And in 2008, the eastern conveyance channel was realigned into the current configuration. This is just an exhibit out of, the Adolphson wetland study. Shows the location of two wetlands. Wetland A is here, and this is the large wetland. This is on the east side of the basin. This is the west side, closer to Scenic Heights. The project that Mr. Thompson is developing is on the other side of SR20. This is just an exhibit out of our recently adopted stormwater comp plan. This is what the drainage basins look like, and I hope you folks can see the flow arrows, these arrows that are kind of in these colors of which way the runoff flows in the city. As we can see, the major portion of the east side of the city flows towards SR20. The bulk of central Oak Harbor flows towards SR20. And then the west side flows towards SR20, Scenic Heights above the marsh as well. So this is this is our system map from our comp plan, and here I've highlighted the Friend Marsh and Tide Gate, and all these little blue dots are catch basins and manholes, and the blue lines are the storm drain lines. And if again, remember the central part of the city flowed towards the intersection of SR20 and Beeksma. The eastern side flowed the same direction towards SR20 and Beeksma, and this area flowed more generally down towards this direction, towards the southeast. So again, the city purchased the Friend Marsh site to use for future stormwater and flood control projects, as well as preserve public open space. The conveyance channels within the marsh all discharge into Oak Harbor through a common tide gate and outfall. Tidal fluctuations play an important role in the city's stormwater management, and high tides can submerge outfalls, which reduce drainage capacity. The project, the Hillside PRD project, is required to treat their runoff from their site prior to discharge, and then they plan on discharging into the eastern drainage channel. And again, here's just an overall picture. So here's the marsh. The eastern channel runs right down this line. You can see it, and it goes up to the tide gate. This is the Hillside PRD up here, and the intersection is the location of the project proposal. And so now, let me escape from here.
I think he froze up again.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, so I had some issues. Where did I drop out at? So
you were just switching over, Jim, to the other slides, I think.
Okay. Scott, did you want me to run your slideshow for you?
Yeah, if you would.
Okay. Let me. Okay.
Or Jim, if you're having any problems, I think Mark, you can run it. There we go.
There it is.
Let me stop share for 1 second here and get it into frame mode. There we go. And not wanting me to allow me to do what I want to do here. Okay, well, I apologize. There. Okay, so
there it is.
Scott, just tell me when to flip the slide, so.
Okay. So thank you, Council and Mr. Mayor, to allow us just to take advantage of this possible opportunity that we're working on this project. So as you know, this has been a long process for this PRD, a longer process over the last 20 or so years of the controversy that's been associated with the marsh. My company is pretty familiar with stormwater in the areas we work in throughout the United States. So it was a big challenge, and it is a complicated situation of trying to figure out how to develop this property and to also look at more of a master plan or a global solution to the problem that you saw on the slide that was associated to how the water converges into this area just by natural terrain. We had, as you know, about a year of back and forth with the city, and finally got the Department of Ecology to make a final decision that the drainage area that this property was going to use was flow control exempt. That was a determination from Department of Ecology, and we designed the system after that went forth with the thought process of what we would be able to do for our neighbors, which are 4 adjacent additional drainage areas. And if you can turn the slide, Jim. So today's presentation is basically just going to be a background, which we have Carl Friend also just from a local background of how this all got where it started. Also the 36-inch tide gate conveyance, the 18-inch conveyance, which we'll show you here in just a moment as to what the 18-inch conveyance is. And that is the subject matter tonight of the discussion, is the 18-inch conveyance. Water quality options, and then we'll go to questions. If you can get to the next slide, Jim. So the background is that we basically looked at the basin as part of the Hillside PRD project. We needed to sure that the Dillard subdivision was not impacted by the stormwater of this project or others. We hired Clear Creek Solutions, who is a major consultant for Department of Ecology, and we've been lucky enough to actually develop a model, which we normally do in all of our projects. We don't do static flow control. We actually do modeling flow control. There's a lot of benefits to that. It's a lot more accurate, and it gives us better information as to what it is that we're trying to accomplish and how all of those flows would take place through this 36-inch tide gate. We learned of the issue of the conveyance capacity at the corner of Southwest Beeksma and the 20, which is near Burger King or the Woody's Car Wash, where we were having overflow conditions, which is basically a convergence of flow and also high tide simulation where the manholes actually overflow in those areas. And that pipe that is actually going by our property is not part of our flow control, but it's been the desire of the city to connect those two together, and they have actually done that in an intersection box on Erie and the 20. Per the stormwater easement, the Friend family owned the parcels that have the first rights to the 36-inch tide gate. That was part of the agreement that was associated to the purchase or donation of the property. The hillside was upzoned since the tide gate was installed, so about half of the impervious surface was previously designed for that project and allowed. So what that means is that we, because of the upzone, we had a lower allocation of impervious surface that was allocated to that, but then when it was upzoned, we're pretty much at the minimum density zoning right now of 168 homes. So we're just a little bit ahead of that, about 175 homes. Let's see. The tide gate was originally installed from the Friend family, as we all know, and so that's basically how we're trying to get everything fit. And actually, the work on the tide gate has pretty much come out through the modeling to be pretty accurate. And it's just been this 18-inch issue that has been the controversy. If you can give me another slide, Jim. So this is the site. The bright yellow site is the PRD site. There are another 4 properties that are adjacent to this that we have in a escrow account, and we're looking at further development of this through the opportunity zone. So this has all been master planned out by us as to how we would have to take the steps in order to make all this work. And let's see, next slide, Jim. So what our background here was is that we evaluated the detail of the basins and conveyance of the stormwater comprehensive plan, found that the 18-inch conveyance crossed the conveyance that we're using going to the 36-inch tide gate. And this was just an opportunity, and this is called an oversizing agreement, for us to grab a hold of that 18-inch line that's overflowing into the 42-inch line, pick it up, and actually put that water into the existing eastern conveyance that has now been deemed exempt by the Department of Ecology. And I kind of followed up the meeting here a while ago. I think we are missing a gap here. I think the last time I was at a meeting with the City Council, this drainage area was closed. That's what the city's determination was. And it doesn't sound like you ever got updated on what happened after that. But we did have an appeal process with the Department of Ecology, and they ruled in our favor. And I apologize if I was supposed to send you that information, Council. But that really was the determination that allowed us to get through this. And to Jim Bridges' account, he was extremely, he accelerated the process as soon as we got through that, and we got that issue resolved very quickly. And I appreciate him, getting on this and allowing us to get that controversy behind us. In the opportunity to relieve the capacity issue was attempted, I believe, in the 42-inch slip line conveyance under the new park. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, and we still don't really know exactly what it is that's thoroughly causing this, but we have a pretty good hypothesis, is it appears that did not relieve the 36-inch, or excuse me, the 18-inch flow along with the 42-inch flow that are flowing in these convergent basins. So based on the work with the hillside, 36-inch conveyance is a flow control exempt conveyance, and therefore we just need to put in a water quality system that would be put into the corner of Erie, and it would be a cartridge filter type design that would allow us to clean a portion of our water, which would be the DOE minimum or maximum that is required, and then we would flow the rest of our system in the existing conveyance that goes down to the Friends Marsh. So our work is relatively low impact in the sense that it's a pretty easy project to do. It's going to be somewhere around $120,000 for us to do that part of it. And so what we did then was we sat down and looked at the other drainage basins that we haven't really taken a look at through the modeling. And we've actually modeled now three drainage basins that aren't adjacent to our drainage basins. So we had to do that in order to get the combined flow for the Friends Marsh in order to see how much water we are actually putting in there combined with all of the other conveyances. Next slide, Jim. So the 36 tide gate conveyances, the email from Doug Howley in the Washington State Department of DOE, December 30th, 2019, states the conveyance is flow control exempt. The tide gate has a capacity for the hillside project, and Clear Creek Solutions believes it may have the capacity for the 18-inch conveyance as well. That's in a subject piece of property that I'll show you in a map shortly. We need to install a new conveyance from the 18-inch conveyance to the ditch that flows to the 36-inch tide gate. So what we're proposing to do in the oversize agreement is grab that 18-inch pipe that's actually going to the park and routing it onto our property, combining our cartridge filters that we're putting in with the 18-inch conveyance filters, and then running a new pipe parallel with the existing pipe to the eastern ditch. And as a part of the Hillside project, Clear Creek Solutions has modeled and determined inundated areas for the current stormwater drainage in this area. So we've kind of gotten everything together, and there's a slide that's kind of out of sequence, but Jim, can you just go to 3 slides down, I think? It's the purple one. Yeah, there you go. So these are all of your stormwater conveyance drainage paths here. The blue is the shopping center and our project. The purple is the 180 acres roughly that is in the 18-inch that's flooding Beeksma and the Woody's Car Wash area, or being a participant of. The yellow area is the Friends subdivision up Scenic Heights, and that storm area and the blue area we have already done the modeling on, because we had to find out what these 2 participants were to the drainage. And
Yeah, I'm
it's okay.
sorry here. I'm having issues here, so.
Yeah, that's good.
Just the right slide?
Yep, that's it. So if you go back to, or just go back to, Jim, just kind of wanted to show that. There you go. So as you can see, this is the same map. Our project is to the left or to the right of the screen. The Friends Marsh is where this blue line separates. The private property is below the blue line behind Dillard subdivision, and the 2 green areas are existing wetlands. And those are the areas that are, one's man-made through mitigation, and the other one is just kind of grown naturally through a muskrat dam system that's in there, and continue to grow based on just not taking care of the backwash. And then in the next slide, Jim, this is the full inundation of what would actually fill up. And I believe this is over a 25-year storm event. So basically with the tide gate closed and this 25-year event that would take place, the dark green line is where the water would actually build up, just on our project and the existing system. So this does not include the 18-inch. There is a model that would have to be done in order to confirm that. But this is the full inundation that would take place over a 25-year flow that would be associated to our project, the shopping center project, and the Friends subdivision that's on Scenic Heights. Next slide. And of course, this is again the re-slide. You can jump that one, Jim. The 18-inch conveyance, the basin area is about 185 acres of city property, so it's relatively large. Based on the analysis of the 18-inch conveyance, it should be routed to the 36-inch tide gate once the capacity is confirmed by Clear Creek Solutions. And we've kind of given you guys a cost study on what these types of things will cost, but I think it's like $28,000 to do the conveyance study for this one basin. And we've also included another study that would be done for the 42-inch that runs underneath the park. In order to write the 36-inch tide gate, the water quality treatment would be required. So we're offering to increase the size of our filter station to allow the 36-inch pipe to actually reside on the corner of our property and to solve this problem once and for all, and allow you guys to continue to benefit from the oversized capability, working in a public-private partnership, taking care of this problem, just because we're trying to solve our problems around our property as well. Next slide. The water quality options are the city's comprehensive stormwater plan dated March 2020 proposes a constructed wetland in the Friends Marsh area for water quality. And that is been funded in budgetary numbers or estimates in your comprehensive plan, and you guys have that information in front of you. The Hillside project, based on all the work completed to date, shows that the filter at the corner of the Erie and 20. So we've kind of given you an illustration on the next slide of what this kind of would look like. So water quality option number 1, the city comprehensive stormwater option would be to construct a treatment facility that would be city-owned property and Joe, you can speak into this, but it's somewhere between 6 and 8.5 acres is what we estimate it would have to be 1 foot deep. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, that for preliminarily, that's the water quality bond.
The facility within the floodplain is where this would be. So it would take up 8 acres of this area down here, 6 to 8 acres in order for it to be a utilized asset. The groundwater in the area could be surface, but it's generally up to 1/2 foot. So we've had groundwater meters in there for the last year. And we have seen groundwater up to the surface, especially in February of this year when we had that absorption storm that basically the soil absorbed all the water. There was no place for the water to go, and that's where we had all this runoff. It's generally about 1/2 foot to 2.5 feet below the dirt line. That's the water table in winter months, monitored from September 19 through May 2020. The minimum depth of the biotreatment center system would be 5 feet in the first cell, which is basically the sediment area. We weren't able to make that work because the pipe was actually lower than the top of the rim of the settlement area. So we tried to actually build a detention system down there for our project prior to knowing that we were exempt. The known maintenance costs and of vegetation, etc. In an estimate that Mark and I were working on, if you're building parks at $1.5 million an acre, if you have a 6-acre wetland, just using the cost of the grass in the park, we just parted it 6 times 1.5 million is what you'd be doing to try to build that system. And I think I could probably build a wetland for less than that, but I don't have to pay prevailing wage and go through the process that the city does in order to get these types of projects built. So the estimated cost in your comprehensive plan is $4.1 million. It doesn't include the SR20 crossing, which is another $500,000 because there's not adequate capacity in the 24-inch to bring the water down. So there's a total estimate on your comprehensive plan of $4.6 million. Timing is a couple years out by the looks of it, or possibly, I don't know what exactly you guys have planned for that as far as budget's concerned. The comp plan appears to be show a pump at Beeksma in addition to this that's installed before the 18-inch diversion, costing another $1 million to $2.7 million in year 2022 and 23. So our plan that we have, and this is not really a competing proposal or anything, guys. This is just simply an oversizing agreement. We're just asking the city look, we're already doing this, so if you want us to oversize this, and Jim and I have talked about this, then it would just simply be an oversize agreement. I'm not making any money on this. It would just basically be my costs would be recovered, and it would increase the size of our system if you want that to happen. And the reason why I'm asking you to do this right now is I don't want in 2 years for you to come back and rip up my monument and ask for that land and tear up all that property that I just got done fixing and finishing up. So I'm hoping that you make a decision to do this, and if you decide not to, that's okay. I just don't want you coming back in 2 years and saying you changed your mind. So next slide, Jim. The water quality option number 2, which is our option, is to put a filter system at Erie and the 20. The higher ground outside the floodplain for the water treatment facility. So basically, what we're doing is we're getting an area that's higher than the marsh in order for us to have enough pressure to run the water through those filters. And the filters kind of look like a pool filter, and they're commonly used throughout Puget Sound. Joe, how often are you getting that request now in municipalities in Puget Sound for cartridge filters?
It's a frequent, I don't know a rate, but it's very common for filters to be used because they take up so much less space.
And of course, if you put a filter system in for 180 acres, you would have to take up how many acres? 8 acres or so, Joe, for detention?
Yeah, to do it typically the standard way, it takes a lot more acres and depending on your method, but yeah, it's a pretty large area.
So that's normally been being absorbed by private property where these detention ponds have been put in on everybody's properties, which really becomes a cumbersome, expensive expense, and you're not able to use your entire amount of property. So the filters are extremely compact. It allows you to basically use, and we use cartridge filters everywhere in Colorado and also in Nevada. That's all we do is build these cartridge filter systems to get the basic minimum water clean, and then the rest of it flows over the filter. So we would treat the water from the 18-inch conveyance before it mixes into the existing stormwater. Additionally, the capacity needed to get the stormwater to the 24-inch ditch under the 20, we'd have to put that system in. And that would be in addition to what I would do if I didn't do this project. The known maintenance and replacement of the filters every other year is about $40,000. So to do 180 acres of stormwater, it costs the city about $20,000 to clean those filters every 2 years, but it'd be $20,000 annually. So you'd have to kind of figure that out. And then here's the thing that I would support if you guys were willing to, because I do believe that you need to do it. If you did go with a project like this, I believe that you need an impact fee for stormwater. And there's about 3 different impact fees for stormwater that are normally in conveyances, but this one would be a filtered stormwater impact fee, which you would hook up to a residential community. The city would install it. The developer could actually install it for the city in a development agreement or an oversize agreement. And then we would pay the city by the lot upon approval of the development for your reimbursement to the stormwater impact fee. And of course, then we would pay the fees. What is the fee, Jim? $25 a month per resident? Do you know? You got your mic off.
Yeah, it's about almost $16, a little more than $15.
So at $15 a month per year, over 2 years, you would charge me $72,000 to just for my stormwater, which is literally 1/10 of that filter system. So basically, this one development would pay $72,000 for you to maintain that storm filter system, and you'd get 180 acres for free, basically. But you're charging stormwater on the 180 acres as well. So all of that money's coming in, and we haven't done a financial statement on that, but it's actually very lucrative for the city to do it this way. So the city makes money on this, and it's a very compact way to use your detention and your conveyance that you have out there. And the other good news about this is that once you start using your conveyance, you'll maintain it and keep it from leaking into your sewer system that is now somehow getting to your sewer plant, which is causing what they call infiltration. And I think your infiltration rates are relatively high at the sewer plant based on what happened this winter. We normally don't see much more than about 15% of flows in infiltration. I think you're about 900% at one time this last winter. So 15% versus 900% is quite a delta. Next slide, Jim. So here's a filter box, and what this would be is it would be put into a road in front of the planned unit development. And every one of these is a cartridge that is on I guess it's on a trolley. So you basically lift them up and you clean them out. And if there's damage, I believe the median in the filter it's a cloth type filter, right, Mark?
Yeah, it's made up of a few different layers, but a lot of times they have some carbon and organics in them as well, but they also have some fabric to help filter out the sediment and stuff in the stormwater.
So all the water would go into this box, and only a portion of it would go through this filter track, and then the two would remix and go out into the Friends Marsh, and you're clean. You don't have to do anything then. The water's clean, you don't have to re-clean it, you're good to go, and this problem is behind us. The construction through the upsizing agreement would be probably under a monthly draw. I don't know exactly how we would set that up, but you would reimburse me based on third-party request. We would bring in a third party, either you could use your third-party engineer or we could use our third-party engineer to basically keep track of the accounting and make sure everything was on the up and up. We'd extract the facility charge for the future development to help pay for the filters. So we would pay you our development fee after you pass that. And you might get some feedback from developers, but guys, to be honest with you, somebody has to pay for the stormwater regardless. So it doesn't really make any difference if I pay you as the city or whether or not I build the system myself. It's really half a dozen one to another. And if you did a development agreement with a developer, which I would prefer to do anytime because it's a lot less time for staff and a lot less time for us doing a development agreement, we would just simply put that agreement together with stormwater, and I could actually then take the money that I would be paying you to put stormwater in, and I would put that stormwater impact fee into the stormwater system and then give it to you turnkey. So you get that asset for free in lieu of paying the stormwater amount. Now in this case, I would put this in and then I would give you a stormwater impact fee in addition to that. And there's a lot of different ways we can do this that would make it a lot less expensive for the city. And so we would go through the other projects in the basin that would be flow control exempt, and the quality of the exemption filter would be sized to the future growth. So we'd have to sit down, look at that 180 acres and make sure that this is the right size. That's relatively easy to do after we do the model. The model has been completely set up for tide gates and all of the different basins. So you can use this model for your whole city. And I don't have a problem with releasing that to you guys and letting you take it over, because I really don't need it for other than this and any other project that I do. And then we would greatly reduce the need for pumps at the Southwest Beekma, possibly eliminate that pump. And also we'd be able to reduce the city's operational cost, obviously, by doing this. So it opens up the city to city-owned property, and in the non-wetland portion of the property to the marsh for development opportunity in the zone. So what we have here is, everybody knows that we've purchased the rest of Carl's property. We're in the process of putting it into escrow. And we do have a planned development down there, putting in a hotel and convention center. It's a serious project. It's been funded by our group. This COVID-19 has kind of set everybody off. I'm sure the Opportunity Zone funding is going to get extended for the credits, but I've got a plan there to move forward, and I can't guarantee you that that would be the plan that we'd actually, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I would highly recommend that you guys preserve as much property as you possibly can to be developed in the community, because that's money that comes into the community, and so that's just a part of this that I would really encourage the city to do, is to, one, do everything you can to save people's property from having to be used for public assets. And the second one would be to save as much of the city property so that the city can develop it and make revenue from it. Because that's important right now. You guys need revenue more than you ever have based on what's just happened. So next slide, Jim. I'm almost done here. The water quality options is the filter on Erie, and the 20 next steps. It would be to enter into an upsize agreement with the Hillside developer, myself, to perform a flow analysis of the 18-inch conveyance and level of the impound behind the 36-inch tide gate, verify the filter and conveyance sizing, study the slip and lined 42-inch conveyance, and determine the relief achieved by the diversion of the 18-inch conveyance, prepare a construction plan, permit and construct, and the construction would take place October through December 2020. And we would be pretty much done. I need to use the system, so I have an encouragement of getting this thing started and finished immediately. And I would say there is, and Joe can give you his estimate, but from a hypothesis of already doing 3 conveyance areas, what would you say, Joe, is the potential of success here?
Well, I mean, we'll be able to do this, I think. It's just a matter of making sure we size everything right.
So it's pretty much of a slam dunk in the sense of getting it done. We don't believe we're going to have a problem doing it. We just would like to have everybody on board because we don't want anybody not on board because we don't want to fight through the whole project. We would have to have kind of like a team effort. And this last slide, you can kind of see on your information. Can you go back that one slide just a second? You can see the routing here of what we would be doing, and it's a little hard to see in this, but there's the routing right there that we would be putting in, and that's the ditch. That's the controversial 20-year ditch right down here. So basically, that's how we would be putting this system in, and then we would build that system on that road. We'd build a nice road that would be landscaped, and the vac trucks and the city trucks to service that would be a turn in and out of Erie. And then I'm going to put my monument, like a master plan subdivision monument face on that wall that's right there in front of the road. And next slide, Jim, and last one. So the water quality options, the filter in Erie, it'd be a cost savings for a 25-year flow. The 18-inch conveyance flow would be 30 CFS is estimated. We still have to confirm that. The hillside project flow is 10 CFS. The credit for the existing capacity for the hillside is 5.5. And when I say CFS, that's cubic feet per second of water. So it's a cubic foot of water that flows per second times 5.5. The hillside project share of the 10 CFS is 5.5 CFS, and the 18-inch conveyance would be about 40 CFS, so we would be about 11.25% of that flow. And then the cost sharing would be, the estimated cost sharing would be 1.9 million is what our estimate is, and the hillside share would be 213,000. And I would either be willing to write that check up lump sum, or you can pass an ordinance and I would allow you to post charge me because I'm already entitled, but I would allow you guys to post charge me for this, and I would then pay you $1,221 a lot for an impact fee. Either way you want to go. The nice thing about doing this to me is that then it would be a rule, a law, and all the developers would be able to do this. And the good news is that you would no longer have a controversy over all this flow control issue that goes on with all of these projects. We're all subject to this issue, and it's very burdensome, and it takes time. I don't have a problem telling anybody I got $200,000 into this thing, and it's been extremely frustrating, and Jim has been great on the roads. I mean, really, guys, the only thing we've really had a problem with is this darn stormwater. It's the thing that holds everybody up. And Carl, are you on? Carl, friend?
Yes. Yes, I'm on. Do you
Carl.
hear me? Yes.
Speak. I mean, it's been going on for how many years? I haven't been around to outlive you, so.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here.
I mean, how long has this been going on with the stormwater?
Oh, since we sold the land to the city. So 23 years ago, 20 some years ago. Yeah, the comment I would make is that you don't have time, you don't have much time. The longer you wait, the larger the wetland footprint gets down in the marsh. You need to act now, either make a decision one way or the other, because your upland property down there that can be used for wetland treatments, stormwater treatment, is shrinking every year. And it has been.
And why is that, Carl?
Well, because every year the history is when we sold that land. So 23 years ago, it had just had in '97, and that year it had a seed crop on it. It had cabbage on it. A couple years before it, the entire acreage was in corn. So at that time, the field was tilled every year. It was flat as can be. Everything east of the central ditch. The west of the central ditch two beavers had dammed that up years before, and that was the lack of maintenance. But the east of the central ditch was maintained and farmed until we sold it. And over the years, the winter ponding, as you have in any bottom land, you'll have water settle in the wintertime. The ponding, just from the compaction of the pond's water, it got, every year the pond would grow, and the impact from that would make a larger footprint every year.
So the soil's compressing.
Yeah, and the wetland keeps getting larger. And without any maintenance or without doing anything, it's just going to continue, especially with the additional stormwater you're putting down there. Ever since they started pumping at the car wash back into that property, the wetland footprint has been enlarging. So it's time to act. It's time to, you don't have a lot of time to keep making studies and keep kicking us down the road.
Keep on losing land. Joe, you can't put this biofilter in down there into an existing wetland. You got to build a new one. Is that correct?
Well, there's two different regulations. A constructed wetland is used specifically for water quality treatment of stormwater. And if you have an existing wetland, then you have a whole different set of criteria you have to meet if you want to use it for stormwater. And the standards are fairly tough to meet, especially with something like this where we'd be adding a significant amount of water. So I would assume that this is a constructed wetland project that they're looking at doing down in the marsh.
And then, Mark, could you just comment on the WashDOT assets? So if the WashDOT comes in and puts a roundabout in, which we're hoping they do, what happens to the city assets underneath? Because we're going to jack and bore a new pipe down underneath there, right? But would the city have to do the same thing if they were going to run that water down that Bayshore Drive? Because there's no capacity left in the 24.
Right, exactly, Scott. So the existing 24-inch pipe that goes from that intersection of Erie and SR20 is pretty much full at this point. So there's not enough room for the 18-inch pipe.
But we fit, right?
We
So
fit.
our
Yeah, the
project
Hillside
fit.
project fits, and
Right.
so all this has been designed. We've met with WashDOT. It's all out of the way of the WashDOT roundabout. But I think what you're getting at is from my experience, and you talked with a couple traffic engineers this afternoon. When WashDOT comes into that round and does that roundabout, they'll provide water quality for their new and replaced impervious surface associated with the roundabout, but they're not going to pay for the filters for the 180 acres of the 18-inch conveyance. That's going to need to be a city project at that time, and so then the city, depending on the timing of it, you won't have much time to act if it's if you're wanting to do it in conjunction with the WashDOT project. And so I know Jim was telling me about his the water mains that you guys had to build really fast when the other roundabouts went in and moved them out of the way, and it'd be a similar situation, I believe, in this condition as well, that you'd have to the city be responsible for moving the 18-inch into this 36-inch tide gate basin.
And just so everybody knows, the area for the roundabout, I'm subordinating ownership of that land. So we're going to peel that off and give it to the city at no charge so that you guys got that reserved for WashDOT when they come in and build that roundabout. And we've got a pretty good delineation of where that line is going to be by talking to the traffic engineers. So we're going to get that property to the city in a plat so that you guys can give it to WashDOT when they decide to do it. And there's a lot of thought process that's been going into this, but I'm trying to look 5-10 years ahead of time, guys, so we don't go ripping things up and tearing up, things that we just got built. So other than that, you guys are free to ask any questions. And Jim, you have a rebuttal, so this is your show. So thank you very much.
All right, so it's not really a rebuttal, it's just other considerations for council. So let me stop this share and open up the other PowerPoint. That running. Where am I at here? So, let me move my thing off the screen here. So, we heard from Mr. Thompson and his team. From the staff's perspective, at this time, we haven't reviewed the modeling. I know that his team has prepared the model. There's some conversation about the cost of the model. So, as they heard, they have to run through their calculations to make sure everything's sized appropriately. So, but we have not had a chance to review the model because we don't. It's not complete yet. It has to be approved by City Council if they want to move forward with this. The cost estimates are cost estimates, and I'm not going to doubt what they have prepared there. So, a planned feasibility study in the marsh is currently budgeted to look at creating a stormwater treatment system. This could include a review of the developer's proposal to determine if it would be a cost-effective alternative and if it would improve the drainage near SR20 and Bixby Drive as implied in the presentation. However, this won't meet the developer's schedule. So the proposed project does not intercept and convey all the stormwater runoff at the intersection of SR20 and Erie Street away from the Beeksma Road flooding. It's going to take a portion. It's going to take the city is required to treat the pollutant runoff. So if you have several inches of water in a storm over time in a storm, only a portion of that is what's the pollutant water. That's the first water that typically comes off, and so that's what would go through the filter system. The rest of the water would continue to bypass the filter system and continue down the existing 18-inch to the intersection at Beeksma, and then that would go back into the 42-inch. And I think Scott alluded to it that they would run their calculations to verify how much that would be, what the actual impact would be at SR20 on the reduction of that water. So
we would take, just a second, Jeff, our project is to take all the 180 acres into that system.
Okay. So I appreciate that. So WashDOT is planning to build a roundabout, we talked about tonight at SR20. When the roundabout is constructed, WashDOT would need to install drainage infrastructure, as Mark just said, for all their new surfaces associated with that roundabout. The developer estimates the share of the proposed infrastructure to be about 1.7 to the city. If WashDOT builds the roundabout, they will pay a pro rata share of some of those improvements, along with the city picking up the remainder. So there would be necessary cost sharing. There's nothing to say that that if the city went forward, I think the last I heard WashDOT was 2026, 2027 for the roundabout. If the city went forward between now and then and constructed a treatment wetland, that WashDOT could potentially take advantage of that and pay a pro rata share of that cost as well. So the proposed treatment system has ongoing maintenance. It's the proposed treatment system Mr. Thompson presented, and they didn't hide this, to replace cartridges every 1 to 2 years. It's estimated by Mr. Thompson and his team about 40,000 every year based on a 2-year replacement cycle. The vault is a confined space, requires a confined space training and equipment for staff, and the system is labor intensive, and as you see, it does have a cost to maintain. The developer's presentation states that the proposal opens up city-owned property in the non-wetland portion to the marsh to development in the opportunity zone. This is a complex issue, and if the city council decides to move forward, it's something that we would advise going through a public process, as I'll hit on these other slides. So again, the city owns the land, the Friend Marsh was purchased with Conservation Future funds from Island County. It is one of the few designated public open spaces within the city, and it is noted in the land use map on the comp plan, parks and recreation, and open space plans. So the grant requirements may require repayment of the funds should the city sell or trade any of this property, and this also requires some research. The public process was determined that Friend Marsh would remain a freshwater marsh and would be open space for use by the public. It's very popular, as we all know, with its walking trails and nature. And then the city should consider another public process prior to any decision to sell or trade the property. In the next NPDS Phase 2 stormwater permit, and we heard about this from during the stormwater comp plan, requires the city to implement a stormwater retrofit project to improve water quality in a drainage basin. It is it's up to the city to determine the drainage basins, prioritize those, and select the project and move forward with that. That subject is also part of a lawsuit. I don't know what the outcome of it is yet. That I know there was a third party that had sued the Department of Ecology to try to push that into this year's permit. I think that lawsuit's still ongoing. So, of course, we're wanting it to push it out to the next permit and not.
Yeah, we have a comment on that too, just as a placeholder. We did some research on that.
Yeah. So, and the city has planned since the mid-1990s for a stormwater storage and treatment project in the marsh. If the city accepts the proposal and then sells or trades this property in Friend Marsh, the planned retrofit project will not be feasible. And by not be feasible, it doesn't make practical sense for us to move forward with it, obviously, right? There's a potential that, you know, if we wanted a water feature, Mr. Thompson and I talked this afternoon on the phone that there's nothing that said we couldn't take some of that water and make a water feature down there, but it's really no benefit. The other benefit we lose is the retrofit project. We don't get credit for anything we do prior to the permit coming out that says you must do a retrofit project. So we wouldn't get any credit for any work that we do prior to that permit, the 2024 permit coming out.
And that's the comment Joe's got for you that he checked on.
If the city sells or trades the property in Friend Marsh, it is likely the city will have to require other property in another drainage basin in the city to accommodate the retrofit project. You know, Mr. Thompson is well aware of this, and he mentioned tonight that they can proceed with development without the proposed joint project with the city. So, you know, they have their plan to move forward, and they've, you know, come to the city tonight to see if the city wants to team up with them. So, and just real quick, benefits of a marsh constructed wetland retrofit. It drains to an exempt body of water and will satisfy our NPDS 2 retrofit requirement in the next permit cycle in 2024. It will reduce or alleviate flooding at SR20, Burger King, at the car wash. That's all the flow coming down the existing 18-inch through Swantown, SR20, that 185 acres that was talked about tonight. It will treat large amounts of currently untreated stormwater from SR20. Which has over 20,000 cars daily traffic, and it takes all that stormwater that currently goes to the older neighborhoods that don't have stormwater facilities and takes that and treats it through that constructed wetland as well. It removed water from the 42-inch pipe, and as we've seen on that previous map I shown with all the storm drainage system, we have all that east side coming in to SR20. We have the core central area coming into SR20, as well as this water running down from the west 185 acres. All that hits that 42-inch pipe. By diverting into our wetland, then we have gates at Southeast 11th that we can control, which should improve the capacity of the conveyance in that area. So the constructed wetland would be an amenity with trails, you know, benches, wildlife viewing, and interpretive center. So, you know, right now it just kind of skirts around the outside edge. This would be more of an internal walking trail system. The interpretive signing counts towards our public education and outreach requirements. And it will prevent enactment of a total maximum daily load of TMDL on Oak Harbor Bay under the proposed Department of Ecology nutrient standards. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And I know Scott, you know, has the same. His team is ready to take questions as well. So,
just one comment, Jim. Joe, can you share with what you found out today about this filter plant and the remediation or the impact credit for?
So what I looked at today was slightly different than what Jim's talking about, and so I'm going to address directly what he brought up there. The issue with the NPDES permit and getting credit for the water quality retrofit for a basin, it's understandable that you'd want to get credit for that. I don't think it would be that hard to phase in the water quality part using the filter system such that you would bring it online when you needed it for the permitting. The second concern I have, though, with the constructed wetland is it's possible that it's not constructible based on the requirements for the sedimentation cell and its minimum depth requirements and other issues. And if you then a few years from now find out you can't do the constructed wetland and get water quality credit for it, then you've kind of missed both boats. So that would be my biggest concern with that.
So Joe, how would we be able to find out whether or not we could get the city a credit for the filter system? Because it's the same credit for a filter or a biofilter, right?
Well, all that's the same. It's the timing.
Yeah.
So if timing's an issue, we can set things up such that we time it right. You just bring the water quality treatment online when the NPDES permit issue comes up.
So in other words, you just build a bigger box, you don't put the filters in it.
Yeah, you just do it when you need to.
Right. My main thing, Jim, for me is just if you guys want to use that corner of the property and if we can do this together and save the city some money and get this problem solved so everybody can use that 180 acres, I'm available to help. I don't really want to do this. I mean, there's no benefit to me other than just community service. And if it could save the city a few $1 million, I just thought it was just a slam dunk. But I'm okay either way, guys. You won't offend me if you say no. I just don't want you coming back in 2 years and saying we changed our mind.
So do we have any questions from City Council?
Looks like Councilor Mack has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So, everybody, no disrespect to the staff, Jim Bridges, I read a little bleep in there about another feasibility study. Come on, guys. I've been in this town 30 years. I've owned property in it for 30 years. I owned the property corner before I sold it to Whidbey Coffee. I had water coming clear up to my door from all of the runoff that's supposed to go down to Beeksma Park. The city always told me, well, we got our pumps going, Mr. Mack. It's working. Now, and I've watched, and I've sat in on council on a few things and watched Carl Friend in council chambers talk about the Friend Marsh property. I've watched this for many, many years, and it's still the same thing. We're going to keep on studying. We're going to keep on studying. Now, I'm from a ranching background. I know property. I know what water does to property and what's good and what's bad. Irrigation, runoff, that type of thing. In my opinion, this is the first common sense approach, and it's been laid out, it's been documented by professional property developers to fix this damn problem that we have. So why are we going to go back? And again, all due respect, I don't think the city has the capability to do this like the Thompson Group does. This is what these people do, and this is a sure way to fix the problem. And there is an agreement with the city that we signed, and where the Friends released this property, sold it, however you want to say it, for future development. And so we have someone coming along, a resident, a developer, that wants to invest in the betterment and the growth of our city, and we're going to go back to the old ways. I can't support anything like that. Yes, we can still do our wetlands trails down there and so on and so forth. But if you wait and wait, there's not going to be any more property to even have any pathways on or anything like that, because it'll be all underwater. And in my opinion, I'm all for this. It's a good approach, and I don't believe you have to be a specialty trained to replace filters. I just can't buy that. I'm sorry. But I would like to move forward with this project and put it on a council meeting in July and get this thing done. We can't afford to wait 1 more year, 2 more years, 3 more years. It's already been 20 some years. Give me a break. Thank you.
And if I can, the specialty training was for confined space. So that does require training, so.
Hey Jim, I got a question. Do you have, how many filter boxes do you guys have now that you're maintaining?
Oh,
Your stormwater gal told me one day, but I can't remember.
I don't know, Scott, I'm not on the maintenance side of it. Maybe Ms. Rosen can answer that. I'm not quite sure. I hate to put her on the spot too, so.
Yeah, I do not have that number available tonight. I know that Kendall also has to inspect privately owned filter systems. So I don't believe that the city has many, if any, but she does go out and have to inspect privately owned filter systems.
And any of those are walk-in?
Detention facilities.
Are they all walk-in, or most of them have a manhole where you walk in and clean them?
I can't answer that tonight, Mr. Thompson.
Okay, let's move on to Councilor Servadius.
Thank you. Couple of things. So I've always loved thinking outside the box, and this is definitely thinking outside the box, at least as far as Oak Harbor standards, for what we're used to dealing with. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I know we've had a lot of discussions about different development ideas, and this one's fairly new, but I'm very intrigued by it. I've always been one of those people that will say, I'll ask the question, why not? Some people just always go, why? I'd like to phrase it as, why not? I know that there's a lot of numbers here that need to be verified, so that both, just if a party presents a number, both parties have to agree on that number, whether it's flow calculations or cost to build this out. But I don't think that's undoable. I mean, I think we can have that discussion. I know, Mr. Mack, you're not excited about feasibility studies, and we did budget in our 2019-2020 budget $200,000 for a feasibility study down there. So if we don't have the horsepower right now in-house because we're short-staffed, this might be a great use of some of those funds. We're 75% of the way through our 2019-2020 budget, and we haven't utilized that money. And I've seen the drawings that were referenced, the Carl Friend drawings, and that development down there. And somewhere in there, there's an answer and a blend of all of these projects. So I fully support giving this as fast and as hard a look as we can, getting all of the parties together to make sure we're agreeing on the numbers and the calculations. So that's, that's not something we don't agree on. And then I'm intrigued by the use of technology. Not that these filters are probably newer technology, they're probably newer to Oak Harbor, but anytime we can use something like that, and yes, there's a cost associated with that in replacement and maintenance, but there's also a tremendous cost to taking away somebody's land that now can't be developed because it's a biofilter. It has to become kind of a swale or whatever they need to do to treat that stormwater. And we want to be good stewards of the environment. We need to treat the stormwater. That's the environment we live in. I'm sitting here looking at the Puget Sound out my window. So we want to be good stewards of the environment, but I agree with Mr. Mack's passion in that we have an opportunity here, and I'm not saying I need all of the data to make a decision, but if there was ever a time to crank up the heat, and if we need to spend some money of this money that we've budgeted and allocated, I think this would be a great time to do it, to see if there's a win-win here for all parties involved. If we can solve some of these stormwater issues that we've had, there doesn't seem to be as much benefit to Mr. Thompson because he has the ability to build his project without it. But I do think there could be some benefits, not just to that project, but that whole drainage basin that we've talked about in the whole surrounding area. So I would support whatever it takes to get everybody together, crank up the heat, get through these numbers as quickly as possible. And, Mr. Bridges, I appreciate your the slides of not the pros and the cons, but that's what I'm going to call it. The cons were really just some unknowns. The pros, there was a lot of benefits there. So the question is, how do we get through those unknowns and verify that stuff and see if this makes sense? And I guess we just, what is the most immediate decision that's in front of us that meets everyone's timelines? It's not necessarily the future final development of the Friend Marsh area. It seems like it's a little more finite in whether we join Mr. Thompson's project to solve that stormwater on the corner of Erie and 20. That seems to be the most immediate decision we need to make, if that makes sense, with I think it's the upsize agreement. What happens downstream from there? I think we absolutely need to have some public process involved to decide how those features and lands get developed. But let's keep the main thing that's in front of us, and see if this makes sense and get through the data as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. I also appreciate Mr. Mack's passion, and I recognize that he has been around for a long time, but having been in my 9th year on council, it's important to keep in mind that we don't just keep redoing studies to get the same result. I'm not sure what he means by going back to our old ways. The state's requirements, the ecology requirements, the environmental requirements, the water requirements, those rules, which we are not above, change all the time, sometimes every single year. The upstream land use changes every single year. And so what we may have looked into last year or 10 or 20 years ago has no relevance to what it is that we're trying to accomplish today. Every time the state comes out with new restrictions, requirements, guidelines, whatever, we're legally obligated to meet those requirements. So the studies, unfortunately, will continue. Obviously, we don't do them when we don't have to, but when we have to, we have to. That said, I agree with absolutely everything that Councilor Servadius said. I liked the pros and cons, or the benefits, or the concerns, however you want to phrase it. I appreciated having those all listed out. So I am really interested in pursuing this and getting some answers to the questions about, whether or not we would have to pay back the conservation futures, timelines, credit. So I'd be real interested to get the answers to those questions and see what we can do to, explore this a little further. Thank you.
So, if I can, I glitched out while Mr. Sebelius was talking and Ms. Heisen. I think I get the gist of it. The concern that I have, and it's the concern for Mr. Thompson's project as well, is some of those questions that we need answers for may not fit his schedule, right? And, obviously we got to sit down in the room with Mr. Thompson and say, okay, so how do we answer all these questions in a timely manner, get them before council so they can make decisions on it? So I just like to throw that out there. I certainly don't want to hold up development of this project. Certainly want to make the right decision for the city. But with the unknowns that are presented, and on both sides, they have to run studies. I know that they're ready to go any minute now, because all they got to do is run the model. But the other questions, such as the sale of the land, if that was to open up the opportunity zones, those types of questions, we can't answer. I don't think in a timely fashion up to meet Mr. Thompson's project schedule. So
Jim, can I share a little bit?
Absolutely.
So we're talking. We put a lot of thought and effort into this, and Carl, obviously, he can speak up also. But Carl's interest is to relinquish the rest of his land down at the Friends Marsh. There's a $1.1 million purchase and sale agreement that is entering into escrow shortly after Friday. We're buying the hillside tomorrow. So that project's been funded. Carl will no longer be owner of the hillside as of tomorrow. We are in the process of trying to put together this opportunity zone. Now, that part of that project doesn't have anything to do with cleaning the water on the 180 acres. It has nothing to do with that. We're just simply trying to solve the flooding problem. And the main reason why we're doing that mostly is because of the pump down at Woody's Car Wash that's pumping seawater into the freshwater wetland. That's basically the thing that bothers Carl and I the most, is that we're killing that wetland by pumping that seawater. It's all salinity water that's coming out of that manhole at Woody's Car Wash. And what it's doing is it's basically ruining that wetland down there, which we don't really know what to do with. And it's also starting to channel across my property, meaning that we have a wet channel that goes right across the 6 acres that we own.
Okay.
So separating all of this, it's just simply, are we going to fix the 18-inch line that's flooding in there, that Beeksma area, and get the system working on the 180 acres that are in purple? That's the only phase that we really should be discussing. Now, on the property development of the Opportunity Zone, I've got the preliminary permit application in, and I would like to be in a development agreement on that project. So those properties would go into a development agreement, and then we would put the money in to study that, our company would, with the city, so it would be transparent. And if in fact we did do a land exchange, there is provisions there, but we would have to mitigate that with this estuary idea that came up in the core study. So we would actually take that separately, and if there was a trade that took place, it would most likely be our 6 acres that are on Beeksma. The city would then take that property and connect that to the park, and we would relocate Beeksma into a more popular entry into Dillard subdivision. But it doesn't have anything to do with this 18-inch problem. This 18-inch problem is just simply got to be fixed, one way or the other. We got to address that. We can't just keep pumping water into that estuary, or well, it's going to become an estuary if we keep on pumping seawater in there. So I don't want to mix the two together. I am willing to take that second phase and to put that into the system, but I'm not willing to make a commitment on that hotel, and obviously that's going to take a year just to go through a docket in the comprehensive plan to get that changed over to something like that, and many public hearings. So that's kind of a separate issue to just the 18-inch water quality issue, of which we're taking all the 18-inch water and putting it into the marsh, not just a portion of it, and we're cleaning all of it too at that filtration station.
Got it.
Just to be clear.
So we've got, we still got Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Way back when the 42-inch outfalls in the park had been kicked down the road, and we put in the one nearest Beeksma, I thought I remembered that it was supposed to solve that flooding in front of Woody's. And it just seems like it got a little bit better where the manhole is in front of Burger King, but that used to flood. We had crew out there at the wrong time and stuff. So anyway, it is disconcerting that we're pumping salt water into a freshwater fill. Okay, Kathy, you want to interrupt? You want to put something in there? Go ahead.
No, I'll let you finish.
Okay. It's 180 acres. And how many home sites could possibly go there if they didn't have to put in a water garden because we had a better filter system? I can remember first being on the planning commission asking, why don't we put in filters with the stormwaters? And where all those are, it was because we're not required, and it's not, right now, but I kept thinking about all that bad water going, and we don't have filters in those somehow. It just seems like it would improve the water quality, and it seems like the city is just fighting. Why can't we look at outside the box and see, is there a way to partnership, but try to speed up the process? It just seems like right now, for all this permitting, we wait till the date of the permit or it goes over. And so anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Kathy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, when we did the 42-inch outfall project, that was the first phase. We always knew we were going to have to do the constructed wetland to solve all of our problems. I don't know, some of you may recall, before WashDOT repaved SR20, we put in a pipe under the highway. Mr. Friend wanted to make sure that that pipe has been plugged until we are able to do the feasibility study, because there was concern about capacity, adding water to that channel. So we have had that pipe under the highway plugged until we could do the feasibility study. This is the first time we've ever found the money to actually do the feasibility study. So the second phase was to take some of that water and then create the constructed wetland for storage and treatment that had been discussed since the 1990s. That's the history of that. The 42-inch outfall project was just the beginning and the first phase of that, and we knew we had to do more work. And I don't think any of us are saying we're not interested in doing some more evaluation on what's been proposed by Mr. Thompson's group. But I just wanted to share that history and where we're at and why where we're at. So thank you.
And if I can, just one clarification to Councilmember Munns. The 185 acres is the size of the basin that is largely already developed. That those are the out towards the west. There's just infill lots out there, so that's not 185 additional acres to develop. So just thought I'd clarify.
Yeah, and I just like to clarify one thing too. So if this project was to go through, what I would suggest and how we enter into these types of things is for us to do an oversize agreement. Start with that, with a reimbursement of a couple of these. I do not call them studies. I call them like they're analyzations. I don't like studies. I like the word. Let's do the drainage report for the 185 acres in the first phase of the oversize agreement, and have a point where we can terminate at any time. Okay, that if something goes wrong, we stop. But what we're going to be able to do is give you guys a deliverable on the 185 acres and give you an entire model, a drainage model for the 185 acres. You need that anyway. You don't have that right now. So what I would recommend is we just do a stepping process to where we can get through the analyzation, okay? And it can be terminated at any time, and then you still have the deliverable for the report. You need the drainage analysis anyway. So anything that we do, we build it for either one of the projects. If we determine that the second project or the first project, the city's project or our oversized project, whatever one the path will take, we will continue to give a solid deliverable to the city on any one of those events that takes place. So there's not going to be any wasted money by attempting to do this. My issue is just trying to get enough filtration for the first 20 units that I'm going to build right away, starting Monday, providing I get and you've signed that, Jim, so we got a grading permit. So those 20 units are the things that I just want to get those first 20 houses to be able to have some sort of filtration. And that's the only thing I really need to get is just the first 20 homes for that. After that, I'm okay. But a good time to do a project like this would be winter. And that's why I suggested that we try to start working toward a resolution by October. I know that sounds very aggressive to the city. It's actually relatively slow for us. You know, I mean, I'm going to be building, I'm going to have wood on that hillside in August. The first 9 houses are going to go up. So for us, you know, October is a long time. For the city, it might be shorter. But I think we do need to decide whether or not we can get the 18-inch into the system. That's the first question. Can we cut the 18-inch off, filter all the water, and make the 18-inch compliant and get it out of the Woody's car wash system and out of the 42-inch system cut off at Erie? That would be the first step in an oversize agreement. And if the answer is no, then we just subordinate that study to the city. You paid for it, and now you know what the capacity of the 185 acres is, so that you can start doing your biofilter work for the wetland. I mean, it's basically just it's a best case scenario. I mean, and I would never spend any money that wouldn't be used towards something that you would need in the future. So that's what I would recommend, is doing an oversize agreement and stepping it into phases.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bridges, is there a rule that we can't accept if someone else pays for a modeling project? Do we have to really redo it with our own people? I mean, is there a rule that you can't accept some work that someone else has paid for?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to staff works really, really hard, but isn't there a way that we could get to, yes, maybe we can't, but at least look at this box and see if it might work, and it may actually save you guys some things. Yes, it's going to be different because you have to have someone that later on can handle the filters, know how to clean them or know how to replace them. I understand that, but if we have someone that kind of is doing that already, this will be much bigger. But sometimes I hear staff just seems like they say, no, no, no. I know they're trying to be careful. They're trying to save lawsuits and things not being planned or done correctly. I get that. But sometimes isn't there a way to meet in the middle? And this may not work out. It may not be the right thing, but to me, sometimes I don't think we're open enough. So I'm just asking, is there a chance we could make this work, maybe, or at least try to get going on it, and it may save time and money on both sides. That's all I'm.
Right, and so I think to answer your question, this is a big enough change in direction of policy and of the overall goal that the city had laid out for years of free and march. That's why, you know, we brought it to council. That's why I invited Mr. Thompson to, you know, when he gave us the proposal to move forward, you know, so that we can work towards, you know, a solution, right? And so that's what we're here for, you know, to answer your question.
And Councilman Munns, just so you know, the 3 drainage analysis that we did already, the city has accepted, obviously, because that's what they based the information on for our stormwater approval for the plan. So the information that Jim is getting, he's using, right, for the calculations to understand what we need to do to run our stormwater into that eastern ditch. So yes, he is using those models. And you could too, because the entity that we're using to build those models is the DOE analyst. So Joe is the analyst for the Department of Ecology. So there's not going to be a problem with Department of Ecology using his model, and there shouldn't be a problem with anybody using his model. It's an adopted model for the whole Puget Sound. Every municipality that he works for, including Olympia, uses this model. So this information is open to everyone. It was just us building the proper model that had a tide element to it, to where when we had high tides and we were having a 100-year storm event, those 2 waters that were converging, we needed to know how far backed up that water would get during a storm with a high tide. So that's the model that we implemented. But the city of Olympia, jokes, tell me if I'm wrong, but the city of Olympia also hired you to do a model similar to that, did they?
Yeah, they did. We did. Actually, City of Olympia has hired me to do a dozen or more projects, but ranging from sea level studies, tide studies, to similar projects to this one.
So that model's already been adopted. It's open. You know, if I do any stormwater work in Oak Harbor, it will always be using this model because I built it for Oak Harbor. And I would take that model and the rights that I have to it and just, you know, give it to you guys so that you could use it for all of your stormwater needs. And if I go to Burlington, I'm going to take that model and go to Burlington, and I'm going to do the same thing there. So these models are certified based under the stormwater manual that is issued and the permit that's issued by Department of Ecology to the city of Oak Harbor.
Okay, Councillor Mack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment here for everyone. A lot of thought and a lot of extra work has gone into all parties, applicant, the city. This, you know, in my opinion, this is really a situation where everybody wins. The city really wins because it's cost effective, it saves on time, saves on money, huge money. Carl Friend and the Friend family, they win because of the nightmares and the headaches and the stress of dealing with the property is gone. And the most important, the Department of Ecology wins because they get fresh water. And fresh water goes out into the sound. And we don't have this pumping of salt water in there, destroying our beautiful wetlands down there. And then last but not least, Mr. Thompson wins because he can start building homes, which puts money back into the coffers, and it's going to hire people when there's people out there looking for jobs. And I just sit back and I ask, why don't we want to move forward on this? Why is not this a good thing? And being in Oak Harbor for 30 years, this is one of the coolest things that's come along, this innovation, and I think it's a good thing, and I think it can work. Yes, I'm along with Servadius and the Hydrant. Look at the numbers, run them through. Thompson will help out, his crew, get involved with the city, and let's get it up on July, and let's move forward on it and make sure all the numbers are there. But in my opinion, I think this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Rosen, when I first got on council, I was astounded that the water, 42-inch, the outflows hadn't been replaced. I mean, the can went down. And as you said, this plan has been in place and that this is the direction we're going, but that was back in the 90s. Maybe this new technology would be better. I'm just saying, can we look at it and see? Yes, you're right. We had a plan and we kept going that way, but it's another year that we don't have money to do what that plan was supposed to do. And we don't, help. Everybody needs help and we need some money. So just, can we look at it?
Kathy?
Yes, that is why we brought this forward tonight at the workshop, for council to consider it and provide us some direction to see if we do want to change the direction that we have been headed for a very long time. Staff, this isn't our decision. We brought it forward for council's input and direction, and that's what we're getting. We are not committed to continuing down the same path that we have been going down. That was the direction that we have had up until tonight. So if council wants to move in a different direction, we will change our direction and move that way. So for us, it's not that big of a deal. The one thing that we need to keep in mind, and staff will work on this, we have a few years before we have to come up with a retrofit project under our next NPDES Phase 2 permit. We are required to do a basin retrofit project, so we'll have to put on our thinking hats and possibly find a different project to do. Not a big deal. It is not insurmountable. We will move forward. So I hope that answers that question and concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosen. I appreciate it very much. And it's going to be work trying to get the numbers to go together. But thank you for bringing it forward very much.
So our plan would be to, at the July meeting, is to come forward with the upsizing agreement with some final numbers on it, and get council's approval to move forward with that agreement. So.
Okay. A lot of good, exciting conversation. Thank you. I think that probably covers that now for tonight. No other questions at this point? Great. Thank you to everybody involved. Thank you. We will move on then at this point to our next section, which is Marina. Mr. Sublett, are you still with us here?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Chris Sublett, our harbor master.
Am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Brett's actually going to lead this presentation because he's got some slides to share, and then I'll just jump in and answer questions and comments when necessary.
Oh, great. I probably should have looked at my packet. Brett Arvidsson.
Oh, no problem.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Brett here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll go from there. And it worked earlier. I'm just going to have to go ahead with, I apologize for that. Let me try something here.
Your screen is showing.
Yeah, I was trying to fill the screen, and for some reason it doesn't want to do it. Okay, as Chris said, we're talking about some marina repairs at the marina. I'll give you some background on this. To give you background, last February we had a large windstorm and we experienced damage to FDOC. This is similar damage to what we had several years back. We did do a repair. There it is. My computer was just going slow. That's wild. I've got a new computer, so it's doing things. Anyway, we had damage to the FDOC. It was mostly around the breakwater float arrangement. We have connecting rods; those broke. This is very similar to that, and so it's a similar repair to that we did in the past. This damage is an insurance claim. My computer's being slow. There we go. So this shows some of the damage. You can kind of see the railing there. That's not actually a railing. You think it's a handrail. Actually, it's the actual breakwater structure itself. So there are rods that go through these decks. These are deck segments. They're precast, and it's all connected by rods. The rods broke, so this whole thing is kind of kitty-whopper now. So what we have to do is pull all that stuff out, pull the rods out, and then put them back in. We do have to replace the wood with the plastic wood because of the environmental regulations. In addition to that, we do have some Department of Commerce grant money for improvements in the marina and some budgeted funds for marine repairs. A lot of the grant work that we anticipate is the type of work where consolidating these contracts would be more cost effective for us, and because we want to use an in-water type contractor. So we, at this point, would like to make one large construction project, though we would have to segregate the insurance tasks from the grant tasks. Additional work is a variety of things: replacing submerged electrical conduits, correcting concrete spalling and cracking if possible. I'll talk more about this later. This is somewhat of a complex problem. Replace existing pile guides. We have a lot of rusted out pile guides and some other minor work. We have a lot more work at the dock than we have money, so we would match our work to our funds available and maximize that funding. So this is showing some of the typical repairs we have to do. We have a lot of this wood and stuff like that that needs to be replaced. That's a fair amount of work. We have this concrete spalling. These docks are precast concrete. They were cast in the 70s, early 80s. We're experiencing spalling from these, which is big chunks of concrete that comes up and cracking. And you see, we've tried to repair these over the times. The lower end is actually a pretty bad spot. The problem is it looks like it's aesthetic, but it's not. These cracks go through and the salt water actually intrudes into the rebar, so we may be having rebar corrosion. This is common in these type of docks right now, and we're going to take a hard look at what it takes. But you know, if you see, we've tried to fix it over time, and just surface fixing is not doing work. So we're going to look at what does it take to actually do that. Can we do some kind of repair module, or do we have to sometimes start thinking about replacing some of these precast panels? So there'll be a fair amount of study work there. We'll see. This is common in a lot of other marinas too. This is the pile caps. As you can tell, they're pretty well rusted out, so we'll have to get a boat up there, support the dock, and actually take that out. And you can kind of see the retainer rods we're talking about. There's 2 sets of them, and 1 set is below the water line. Anyway, the project sequence is, we want to hire a consultant to prepare contract documents and permit packages. We do need to obtain the necessary permits, and it is in waterworks, so they're fairly extensive. Eventually, we go to bidding and construction. Design services. The damage to FDOC is pretty identical to our previous work. Our previous consultant, Moffett Nickel, did the work, and it's very cost effective just to bring them on. We save a lot of work. They don't have to dive. They're comfortable without doing a lot of inspections about pulling it together. So with their knowledge and cost effectiveness, we're probably going to sole source the work back to the previous consultant. They did a nice job for us before. Permits, like I say, does involve in-water construction, so we have to get a variety of permits for that, some local before we get the state ones. Moffett Nickel will prepare the permit packages, and the permit process will take at least 6 months, and what we're hearing is it may be longer. The COVID situation is slowing down some of these processes, so there are a lot of people in the pipeline before us, so hopefully we can get it done in 6 months, but we're crossing our fingers right now. Next steps, we would approve a contract with Moffett Nickel. We plan to bring to you this probably in the July meeting. We do have to do a budget amendment. This wasn't in the budget. This work wasn't in the budget, so we do have to do a budget amendment. We do that at the same meeting. We are targeting for construction in the in-water window. We can only work certain months of the year for the summer of 2021. Like I say, depending on if we get the permit packages or not. Any question, Chris? You want to add anything to this?
No, I think you did a good job, Brett. I think the key to this breakwater damage that keeps occurring is because of the design of FDOC. As Brett pointed out, you can see some of the rods along the top in that pile hoop picture, but there's also some rods underneath the water that we can't get to tighten and stuff. So as we look at the repairs to this, we've already had some conversation with Moffett Nickel. What can we do to keep this from happening again? So we're kind of thinking outside the box with them, looking at some alternative method, maybe looking at using fiberglass rods instead of steel rods, and some more creative things, some more modern things to hopefully avoid this happening again and again and again. So we're not only trying to fix it, but we're trying to make it better down the road.
So I think our city administrator has a question or some input. Blaine?
Yeah, Chris, you noticed in the packet agenda bill the funding. Could you kind of describe that a little bit? The proposed funding?
Sure. Sure. So the funding for the FDOC stormwater damage is insurance coverage, but the rest of this is going to be the Commerce grant funding. And again, we anticipate that it's going to be the same contractor, same type of contractor performing the work for all of these. So as you all are aware, we did receive a Commerce grant in the $400,000 range. We have about $392,000 to work with after the Commerce fees. So it's those funds that we're putting into the non-insurance covered items. It's that $392,000, along with some of the dock repairs that we described for you. We're also going to do a business plan in the tune of about $25,000. So this is the Commerce money that we received at the beginning of the year that we're going to use to improve the marina and make it last longer.
So I might add that Representative Dave Hayes and Representative Norma Smith in Olympia were very, or did I say, oh, I'm sorry, it was Representative Dave Paul and Norma Smith in Olympia were instrumental in that Department of Commerce grant funding. So many thanks to them for that. So,
yes.
Council, questions or input? Anyone? Okay, no questions? Thank you, Brett and Chris. We will move on then to finance. COVID-19 revenue scenarios. Patricia, are you still with us?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me share my screen so we can go over the PowerPoint. I emailed all of you, so attach this to this presentation to all the council members and department heads so you can review it afterwards. And I'll go ahead and get started. So here we go. All right. So I'm going to be talking through the 2020 impacts, revenue impacts for COVID-19. Hold on. Making this go is kind of, I get what everybody else is talking about here. So COVID-19 revenue impacts. This presentation is for revenue from 1/1 of 2020 through 5/31 of 2020. But that quantifies with the state shared revenue is only through March 31st, and the county shared revenue is through April 30th. So we have a 1-month delay with the county and a 2-month delay with the state. The state shared revenues are fuel through, there's a bunch of titles in there, but I summarized them all as fuels, leasehold, liquor and marijuana, LTAC, or hotel motel tax, public safety, which is some of the criminal justice and DUI fees and things like that, REIT, sales tax, state reimbursement, the new TBD, and transportation. Revenues fluctuate. Property tax, April is reported for this presentation. Largest receipts in April and in October. So we get a large sum in both of those months. So luckily we got our April one in May so we can present that. State sales tax is reported to us, as I said, with a 2-month delay, so March is the month that we're looking at. The reason I sent you the PowerPoint is these numbers are kind of small. Luckily you can see them a little better on the screen than you would have been on the viewer. I kind of highlighted some areas that changed in 2020, and I'll have this next page will go into the actual change. General fund had a reduction. REIT was reduced at this same time from January to May. So we only looked at just the months in comparison for 6 years. Water, wastewater, solid waste, storm drain, and marina. I think the biggest decrease in that one is going to be in wastewater, but we'll look at that. All of the yellow highlighted areas are the capital projects. Since we funded them last year and we haven't fully funded them at this point due to COVID-19, we'll be transferring. You'll probably see that in one of the next presentations. I think we transferred it all into June. So I took those out so we could have a better comparison of 2020 versus 2019. So they wouldn't be diluting or changing some of the percentages. So if you look at the differences, I highlighted 2020 and 2019. General fund went down 186,000 for 2020, or 3%. We go down to these, the LTAC went down 30% from previous year in May. REIT went down 9,500 for both REIT 1, the first quarter and the second quarter. And then water, wastewater, and all of those, except for Marina had a positive increase, and so did storm drain, but wastewater, as you see, $174,000 decrease. A lot of it probably is due to the interest and penalties we're not charging. People, we're not sending them off to collections. We're not doing any of that because of COVID-19. So that's one of the reasons that I believe that's happening. Plus, we haven't had a rate increase as we've discussed through these meetings. So that, that's something we need to continue watching. I'll start with the general fund. So if you look at the general fund, I broke it into categories. So property tax, sales tax, utility tax, which are all of our largest revenues for the general fund. Then indirect cost allocation, license and permits, charges for services, all of these. So when you go to this 185,960, it's basically because of transfers that happened in 19 that have not yet happened, transfers in. So that's where the biggest difference is. The one that is good to see is our property tax in these first 5 months actually has increased, as it should be because of the levy. It didn't get impacted at this point as of April of 2020, because that's what's recorded on the May report. Sales tax went down 39,474, and we'll go into sales tax in more detail later. Utility tax went up, and it typically goes up every year. The charges for services and license and permits we'll go through a little later. I did a graph, of course, because I love graphs. And so it kind of shows we really haven't taken a deep dive with general fund. 186 isn't a huge impact on the general fund revenues at this point, but it is worth watching through when we get our April and May numbers. This graph kind of shows how property tax keeps going up. This graph shows sales tax, and this is strictly due to the treatment plant cost basically going down significantly from 17 to 18 as the plant was being finished. And then 19 went down a little more because there was some work being done in 18, and now it's down just a slight decrease at this point for May. And all of these are just January through May. There's nothing, no comparison of year to year other than through the same months. The indirect cost allocation pretty much stays pretty consistent. The one that what I found interesting was the loan. This is the transfers in and transfers out. So that depends on what activities or capital projects are going on, but it's the one that's most fluctuating in this graph. If you look at the general fund revenue comparison by category in graph form, we have, and I narrowed it down even deeper. So I did taxes, service charges, license and permits, grants of shared revenue, and then miscellaneous, which is where the transfers in show up at the 227.53. So sales tax again 64,472, or property tax 64,472 increase. Penalties and charges. The one that the 7.2 was on license and permits, and there's another graph that goes a little deeper coming up. This is the same thing, just actually this is the one that shows the charges for services. So I broke out license and permit, charges for services, because those are the ones that are activities that are occurring within the city, things that we charge out, and then all the taxes, and broke those into property tax, sales tax, and utility tax. So again, property tax went up, sales tax went down, utility tax went up. This one at 31.2% seems very significant, but the dollar of value is small. So that was one that had to do with development fees and some other stuff. So at this point in May, that's where our number was. Prior year it was at 101, and it's lower than the lowest that it's been in the last 6 years. So that could have to do, again, with COVID. But this is only March's numbers for most of the shared revenue, but this is our May numbers that would have been processed in May internally. So that I thought was interesting. Sales tax. So sales tax, I did it 3 ways, just so you could kind of see the overall impact. The one that I found most interesting, of course, construction went way down, again, the treatment plant. So it's down for the month of March, the year to date, and then when you compare 12 cumulative months, so March 19th to March 2020, and March 18th to March of 18 to March of 2019. The one that I found, the one here is the one I found most interesting. Retail, wholesale and retail trade is up. It's down a little bit for March, but for year to date, it's up 28,365. And this is through our May reports, but only March. This is the stuff that we get through March. So we don't get it reported until May though. But this number is the one that I'll be curious to see for April and May. And then so we can kind of keep an eye on what's happening with that. I did some graphs just to kind of illustrate the construction has went down and retail sales have went up. Those are the 2 biggest, and it's one of the largest funding streams, 887, 859, and this is year to date. Then the 12-month shows 2 million and 2.83 million. Construction again went down significantly, and it shows really clearly here construction and retail sales. So the 3 that are left that I think we need to monitor as April and May come are LTAC, REIT, and CAPRON funds. CAPRON funds in April, which is the report we received, didn't go down a whole bunch, but I saw a report come in a couple days ago, and it was too late to update this, and it will be on the next version of this that includes the June one that will include April's shared revenues for the state and the county's May revenues. So it took a dive. It went from 288 down to CAPRON funds went down in May I think about 100,000. I'll have to take another overall, but for the city, it went from 396 down to 290. So that's one that I want to take a closer look at. And that's because those are we get a kickback on the CAPRON funds from the we get half of the vehicle license fee and the first 11.5 cents per gallon of motor vehicle fuel tax. And we're one of Island County and San Juan Island are the only 2 that get it. So, and that's directly based on people not being able to travel. Our LTAC went down 30%, but that's 16,000. That's the one I anticipate being impacted. We're probably safer than some of the cities around us because we have the Navy here and they were quarantining people in hotels, but they still were significantly reduced in April, and we'll know more when we see the actual numbers. The REIT went down, but not significantly. I mean, 9,500 is 7% decrease, but that's only again for March. So I'll be interested to see that. In summary, we're looking at March data for our state shared revenue. 2 months delay. Again, this represents the first month of the COVID-19 crisis, about a half of a month. We will continue with updates as more data becomes available, but the March impacts are showing minimal impact, but we don't expect that to continue. We should see the deepest impacts in April and May as we are coming out of it in June. There's been more restaurant activity and travel and other things that weren't happening in April and May. People are driving to Seattle and doing other things. So April data from the state will be available at the end of June. May data will be available at the end of July, and June data will be available at the end of August. I anticipate a report will be out. My plan is to have a report out at the first meeting every month so we can update these numbers and you can see what's happening. And then we can start comparing, doing scenarios based on what we really know is happening. Right now, we really don't know what it's going to look like. We could guess high, we could guess low. So with that, if council has an idea on what kind of scenarios they'd like me to run, or if they would like to wait to see what the July, the numbers for April look like in July.
Thank you, Patricia. Council, any questions or input? Mayor Pro Tem. I can't hear. She talking? Still muted?
Oh, I got it.
There you go.
I was in an AWC meeting this morning from 8:30 to whatever, long time, 1 o'clock. You can probably contact them. They were giving out numbers for the state prediction because our state is heavily into sales tax for the city's revenue and the state, that in a list of states 52, we're ranked number 6. So they're predicting that over the next 3 years, we're going to be the 6th worst state in the country on losing money. They're looking right now, just for this year, 83% loss for most cities in sales tax. So you can probably compare, or they seem to get numbers before cities do. So you might be able to talk to them and make your predictions a little bit narrower. But that wasn't very good news, but they were just trying to get cities to prepare for, let's hope our numbers aren't that bad because we live on an island, but who knows?
Well, what I noticed, the reason I pointed out the retail sales went up, and all of like Home Depot, Walmart, all of those are retail ones. And as we know, people were stockpiling. So during the time when other businesses like restaurants and hotels and other ones were down, retail sales is one of our largest sales tax items. We don't have the big box stores like the ones that had to close because of the contact. I think we had Maurice's here, other than the small businesses, and I'm not saying they don't add to it, but the ones that add the most sales tax, Walmart, Home Depot, Amazon, anything like that, those seem to really, it surprised me that it actually went up. I thought we'd maintain. So that might give us a little protection. But yeah, I don't want us to compare ourselves to, say, Burlington, who, they just lost their big shopping mall. Their sales tax numbers are going to trash. So those are the kind of things that I want to be cautious, but at the same time, I will definitely reach out to them. And that was AWC, Beth? Okay. Councilmember Munns, sorry.
Councilor Servadius.
Thank you, Patricia. Did you say, obviously there's a lot there to digest and I want to spend some more time on it, and I'm sure I'll be calling you and bugging you. Did you say you emailed that to us?
Yes, I sent it to everyone about 6 or 7, when I thought I'm going to go through this and people are going to want to look at the numbers. So I sent it out.
6 or 7 this evening?
Uh-huh. I had it done about 5 o'clock. So this isn't anything we need to make decisions on. You don't have it?
No, I don't. I'll comb through. I'm looking in both online and Outlook on my iPhone. So
I don't have it either.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I hit send and it didn't send. Let me look real quick.
So I won't take up any more time, but yeah, just double check if it didn't send, but please do send it, because I would like to say I want to comb through it, and I'm sure I'll be bugging you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, anyone else? Any input or questions on those numbers? Thank you, Patricia. So we'll move on to our last section, administration, North Whidbey Island Small Business Relief Update. Mr. Oborn.
Yeah, I get to close this long night here. So hopefully Tim will, our audio visual will bring up our chart real fast, and I'll try to go through this. I think, first of all, I'm just going to kind of talk a little bit while I come up here. I want to start with gratitude here. Thank the Commissioner Johnson, the mayor, and the city council for really, and then even Congress and our congressman for supporting the COVID-19 and the CARES funding that ultimately we're able to do this aid to these businesses. So we're spending other people's money, but we're doing a lot of effort, and I just really want to thank my staff for really doing a good job of putting this program around. We kind of had a little curve here with the way things went, but we're doing it in-house, and I think we're expediting, and we were able to launch yesterday. So if you can go to the next slide there. So in the interest of time, I think I've already kind of covered my thank you there. And then also serve on the Recovery Task Force at Island County. You learn a lot of information, a lot of sharing with other municipalities and chambers and main streets that are all partnering together to look for relief. So certainly a team effort, and I thank and want to thank everybody for that team effort and moving forward. So going on here, certainly I think I already had some thanks on the next slide. So from the Boys and Girls Club, appreciate people recognizing us being able to get this program out here quickly and provide aid. Next slide here is just talking about the key area here as we launched yesterday. 16 completed applications. Do we have 17 now? I think we have 23 applications now. So, and just launched one of them was in on 2 hours after we opened. So it's just amazing how much people have done that. The key area we want to tell people is we're doing a short application period. And the one reason why we're doing a short application period is because then we can close it off and then we can start the whole process. So it speeds up the process by having a shorter application period. If we were to leave it open longer, that's just more 2 or 3 weeks more it takes us to get the money to people. So we think most people need it. We know that there was a lot of demand, and so with all people filling these applications as fast as possible, we think that it just is going along. So there really wasn't a need to really do a long application period. So moving on here, you've got some updates yesterday on the guide. Certainly we'll answer any questions on that. And it provides a lot of key information, helps people through the process. Available online. You can get help from the chamber, and Main Street are also partnering with us and giving help with that. So next slide here. We hired a part-time staff. We have a Special Cares Oak Harbor email account. We have a program assistant that's hired. We have a special phone number for people to help to help people through the process. And so even though we're doing this fast, certainly we know that customer service is really important, and we have people available to train that will walk businesses through the process here, because it's a little complicated. So we're moving along there. So next one here, a lot of what we're doing is rolling out, and we're kind of like we did with tonight earlier. We talked about we rolled it out and then we formed the committee. We rolled it out and then we're going to do the interagency agreement. So I've been pushing so hopefully that won't come in the last minute here, but the key area here is getting the $333,333 from the county. It's dependent upon an interlocal. We're rolling out ahead of time with the faith that interlocal will come. We're targeting the July 7th council meeting, and then we're taking advantage. We had the July 14th meeting already specialed because of the vacancy we have now, and that's where you're going to go over the selection. So it turned out really well in our time frame here, that we hope that we can target with everything going well, that we can actually do the awarding on that July 14th, and we provide you a list kind of like you receive for LTAC of what the recommendations are and the dollar amounts and who it is, and then you would approve it on the 14th. So just key area is to remind everybody that we do have a short application period, so please put the word out July 23rd, 5 p.m. cutoff date, and then we start reviewing the applications, and we may not, if we have submission applications, we probably won't open again. If we don't, we'll see that, but I think we want to build it on the assumption that this is use or lose. You got to apply quickly, and if we do have people that have the same score, I mean, we'll probably use the first one in as to break the tie. So whoever's first in is a good way to use it. So it's really important that people get in as quickly as possible. I know a few people are everything has its pros and cons. So this is really online based. Using a tool that our staff is familiar with SurveyMonkey. A little bit of timelines. We could have looked at other more expensive software there, but I think this was something we're familiar with and we were able to do really quickly. It's cost effective. It captures the data and goes paperless. and then it's accessible. So these are key areas, and so these are, and then you can read the subtitles there, and I can provide this following report that gives a lot of cool key areas. So certainly it doesn't save, there's other stuff that people are used to that are probably a little bit more efficient, but I think in the interest of time, this is something that we can really go forward with and move forward with. So it's been a good tool for us, and I think it's beneficial for us. So.
I'm sorry. Julie?
No, I'll keep on going. Okay, I thought I had a question there. All right, applications, go to the next slide here. Just reminders here, pass the word that the application's out. Just kind of walk people through it. If people really struggle, like I said, we have that phone number there. Help people through the process and tell them to make sure they push done at the end there. And we will send people confirmation so they make sure that they know their application's in. So we'll follow through with that. And then the last slide here, before I ask questions here, is just reiterating again, is the process here. And then I just want bragging rights here. I think there's 4 other identities that are going to be running this program throughout the county. We're the first one out. And I think we'll be the first ones writing the checks to give the aid. So that's the real goal here. Just appreciate staff and real teamwork here in moving this forward. And something legal had to work on last minute here, creation of committee here, and the mayor's got to work on getting people together, and there's some investment time on that committee. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Oborn, when do we know if we might get some more available funds through the county?
That is a good question. And what I'm really hoping is we have a unmet need and then we lobby them more. So, and part of the challenge we have is we're leading first. So the good thing is if we spend the money, right, we could demonstrate the need to get additional funding on there. Some of the other programs are running a little slower, and so that's the disadvantage we have with that. But I think certainly lobby our representative commissioners and ask them for additional funding. They've got quite a bit there, $4 million, but they have over $4 million, but they have other interests. They have other services that deplete some of that we don't have. We don't have the public health, and we don't have the other stuff.
So along that line, Mayor Pro Tem, I got an email today from Jackie Henderson that they, of that 4.6 million, they did announce that they have $1 million of that CARES funding to go towards rent, to go towards mortgage payments, and to go towards utility payments. And that just came out today, and they wanted me to announce that. So, you know, of the $333,000 that we do have committed, and then the other 2 commissioners have that equal amount, that's $1 million. And then today I heard about this second $1 million going for mortgage and rent, but that's not even half of the funding that they have. So, you know, we're gonna, as Blaine said, we need to lobby them, especially if we get the kind of, we have 23 applications already, and we just started this thing on Monday. And so, you know, we may have a lot of need or a lot of capacity for more funding, and we'll sure lobby them. And you can too. Thank you. Any other questions? It's a fast-moving project. Thanks for your patience, G. Thank you. And thank you to staff for a ton of work, and our partners. We've had some great help from our partners, so thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'll give it to you for the last item on the agenda, City Administrator report.
All right.
You're not going to read that whole thing, are you?
No, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just kind of highlight the changes here. One of the areas I highlight on the wet fiber issue here, and with Anacortes, we did get some movement with them. and we're negotiating pretty heavily with them on the agreement. So hopefully we get an agreement with them for the line on Fadago Island in the city's pipe, and we bring it to the council on July 7th. So I'm confident we do that. We'll see how the negotiations go. So then also continue to work on the there's some partnership here with the Navy. You can see the pictures of the airplane in here. There's more detail on that. And then I just want to highlight, even though we're at the end of the day here, just really great work on our PIO staff. We were featured in AWC City Vision magazine for our efforts there, really recognizing Sabrina Combs and her efforts there and coming on board and helping us with the COVID issue. And then also, the article features our wonderful mayor and our wonderful fire chief and our wonderful HR director. So teamwork there, and I don't want to diminish the work. It's been a teamwork for other people too, but I guess they kind of had to limit who they feature there. But certainly all of us and certainly all the other department heads really contributed to helping respond to that. So with that, I think on the Development Services Director, we are starting the recruitment process on that. And with that, I'll go to questions.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question?
No, a comment about the wet fiber. I've talked to some of my contacts over there, and he knows that their staff is working on negotiating with us, but they haven't heard much about it, and he doesn't know why they're trying to push it so fast. So he said, I wouldn't worry about taking your time and making sure that it's right. But he did confirm they were bringing it, they approved to bring it, council did, as far as past Lake. But other than that, he hasn't heard a lot of details. So he just said, be sure it's what you want. They know they'd rather have the 24-inch pipe. And that we want it, so he thinks that something will probably be worked out. But I told him it just seems strange that we were under the gun to decide in 3 days about that contract. And he said, no, I wouldn't. They haven't seen anything at all. So there you go. That's information I got.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good to know. Any other questions about the administrator report? Okay, I'll turn it to council here in just a minute. I did want to say that Board of Health voted to open the Phase 2 restriction for camping, and I don't know how soon that means that Deception Pass, at least on this side of the bridge, we'll be able to open that up. But the board had restricted that from Phase 2. They decided yesterday to open that up, and they decided to petition to go to Phase 3. And I think you've already probably heard about that. So they're hoping to get a report back from the governor before long. Although I think that they feel like that process might take a few days longer than it did to go from Phase 1 to Phase 2. Anyway, I think they have the petition now in Olympia. So Councilor Heisen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly say, before we go, I won't keep anybody any longer than absolutely necessary, but I wanted to say a huge, huge thank you to staff for sitting through this obnoxious almost 5-hour meeting at the end of a workday. You guys are amazing. That is all, and I move to adjourn.
One last comment.
Are we not done? Sorry.
Well, I just, I think the Mayor Pro Tem wanted to remind me that AWC conference is actually, they'll have a need for voting from a couple of delegates, and we'd love to have a couple of volunteers. And I think that's this Thursday, or no, it's June 25th, Thursday, 10 a.m. till noon. Is that correct, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, it is. It is correct.
So
And
you and I both have a conflict at that time, but we'd love to have a couple of voting delegates volunteer to join that and vote. So, Councilor Wassinger?
Yes, I may have missed this, but what is the guidance on us going back to normal meetings, normal in-person meetings with public invited? Do we have any guidance on that? You may have said it and I missed it. I apologize.
We've certainly been talking about it and trying to make a plan to do it.
We've been talking about it, but we haven't got the guidance yet. So, so part of the challenge you're going to have with phase 4 or phase 3 is it allows the 50 people and you have to stay below that minimum, but you still have the distancing. So we got to figure out how we want to go on that. So we're still looking at pros and cons, and we'll keep you updated on that and watch the listing. I think I'm looking at the city attorney here. I think the open records expires today, didn't it?
Actually,
Did they expire?
During the meeting, I got an email that came in from Bob Ferguson's office, Attorney General's office, talking about OPMA, Public Records Act rules being suspended through. I just glanced at it, but there are some extensions that happened today. So I'll have to take a look at that in the morning.
So we just got some new update. We're still digesting here, so we'll feed information on to you. So yeah, it kind of puts our July 7th in kind of limbo of knowing what we're going to do there. So it's challenging. I wish I had an answer for you. It's a good question.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not that I don't like seeing you on this computer. I just would prefer to go back.
Yeah, we all do, I think. Any other questions, input? I also would like to thank you all, especially staff, for your patience. And it's been a long day, I know, for all of you, and a long evening for us too, and council. So thank you all. And I did hear a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This is a workshop, right? Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Bye, guys.